Okay. Let's turn that down. I gotta remember to turn the game audio on, because that's important. Okay. Alright, everybody. What's happening, everyone? It's your boy Hardcore, and we're back today with even more Action Taimanin. You know it. You love it. We got plenty to do today, and there's certainly a lot of important stuff we've got to cover. It's great to see everybody. Good to see everyone again, and you know, for the returning people, good to see everybody. And also for those joining for the first time, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness. Today we've got big news for big business. We've got Miss Kamimura Maika over here. Now, we've talked about her many times in the past. She's had her problems, but thankfully they offered solutions this time with her renewal. And let me tell you, it is a substantial change to say the least. Not so much in the sense it's like, not only does she play better in several aspects, she still's kind of crap in some areas, as of course, everybody's got to have their own flaws, makes them unique. She got better in terms of design, too. And I gotta say, since we have the, you know, it's great to take a look. If you couldn't tell already, the ballistics upgrades were free. But if you can't see it yourself, let's go ahead and take a look. So, in terms of starting off, we have, well, we're going to take a look at Maika first. We're going to go see how she plays in terms of, like, how that's changed as well. And we'll put up the changes mechanically that's happened, too. But let's start off with some of the visual stuff. Let's see. In terms of what she's changed, it's like her hair has actually changed a little bit. They took the sheen off of it, like they have this, let's go here. This is a better way to do it. She used to have a much more harsh and direct sheen on top of her head. Actually, that's kind of neat. She actually has a jiggle bone effect on the part over there in front of her eyebrows. Though since she has the crop bangs right there, it gives her that, what do you call it, the Neanderthal look. We're giving her one singular eyebrow. They did also certainly make sure that she's even bigger than she was before. Like, it's not even like a guess or whether or not they actually increased it. She's like at least 25 to 30% bigger than what she was previously. Maika is enormous. She's got that slam pig body type that everybody loves. I certainly do too. And now she actually looks on model. She looks directly on model to the art that she comes from. And now you have something to come too. Look at that. Fantastic stuff. She's even bigger than she was before. I think there's one problem. There it is. It looks like, because I was looking through the other costumes, and one of them has a problem. I don't know if they forgot to apply like the reflective effect or something, or they put like the normal map. I don't know what it's called, but it's like, it's what gives her skin tone in the first place for her hands, because it's like, it's just not applied there in the first place. That's probably just like a bug or something. Everybody go report that. We need Maika to look her absolute best, because now in everything that she wears, like, look at this, she's putting the absolute hurt on this, like, the wet t-shirt over here thing. It's like, my goodness, she's bigger than ever. It's like, it's hard to believe. Like, if you've ever thought like, oh man, there's some major texture stretching going on, look at this. Like, this used to be like correct in some ways, and now it's just like kaboom. I think one of these you can actually move her hair. No, yeah, there it is. No, you can't do it because it's she's covered up by the Akater. She is enormous. What was it? A cat I saw? Like, look at that. Let's go there. So as we can see, it's like the side boob game has certainly gone from like a 6 out of 10. You know, she's looking pretty okay. And now she's got the ballistics to match what she's bringing to the table. Like, I can hardly believe it myself. It's like, goddamn. She's always been hot, but now she's just like, oh man, she's reaching the tops over there with this. It's like, they went over the top with this one. They really did. She no longer has like the pineapple hair thing going on. Like, her hair feels almost like even more orange. I wonder that's if because they took like this made the reflective feature or something off, because it's now like even much more of a fiery color than before, where it's almost like pumpkin color. Let's go back out there. Hey, look at that. It's freaking enormous. Like, even this one. This is one from RPGX that they put in the game. And if you've ever seen the art for this specific card that it comes from, like, she's big in this. And now she actually looks the part in the first place. It's like, I guess when they did Kiara's Renewal, they didn't do anything to her body very much. And just, like, you know, they left her ass and boobs the way they were. Now with this one, it's like they really just went the distance and said, yeah, we're gonna give this all to Maika. Now she's got, you know, she's looking okay with, like, with the butt game going on. But it's like, it's this is what we were after. This is where all the difference came from. If anything, it's like, even if she got a bad renewal, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, people were just like, you know, all right, we can live with the fact, at least if she got a bad one, at least the booba upgrade was free. We didn't have to pay for that. We didn't have a $35 Francis pack outfit or whatever to give her an upgrade. Nah, the boobs were free this time. They threw us a bone on that one. Now I need to find March 4th maintenance. Where's that paper? Because it's got the one that details all of her stuff. Let's see. Golden Pass. Oh, that's right. I forgot that there's a thing going on where, all right, they're ending service in Vietnam. I guess ending proper service in Vietnam. I'm sure our friends in Vietnam could probably play this game with a VPN or something. Can't be that crazy. Where is it? They have the information for this. Oh, there it is. It's very short, which is it's surprising for me, because she needed some changes. She didn't need to be anything like totally crazy, but it's the fact that we have said changes now is like, it's a bit of a relief. That's all the way from November. Wow, it's a long time away. Where is it? There we go. So let's go to skills. Because I gotta move that around. Okay, cool. So in terms of like balance changes, they made her stronger, and they also made her a little bit different as well. So we've got, you know, the performance has changed for Miss Maika herself. Visual effects, animations, area of effect, and damage of skills have been changed. So she looks better and is stronger all the way around. A new unique skill is added. It's Chain Explosion. We'll talk about that. Upon hitting an enemy, upon hitting an enemy in any capacity, that's supporter, that's basic attack, that's skills, you burn them for 5 seconds at a 5% chance. Deals additional damage when attacking a burning enemy. The evasion distance before the counterattack for the skill Explosive Rounds has been increased. The delay for the charging motion after the skill has been reduced for the Taimanin art skill Crimson Lotus. So for the most part, nothing too substantial, nothing that crazy. but it's these small changes that actually make Maika a lot more fun to play. They don't talk about certain other changes as well. So like I said, chain explosion. Upon hitting an enemy, any capacity, burn 5%. They don't list, however, deal additional damage when attacking a burning enemy. Now, it's like everybody could guess whether or not like, oh, this is like 10%, 20%, even 30%. No, this is a 50% increase in damage when she's attacking a burning enemy. Like me and some other guys, we were doing some testing on this. So I wanted to do like, I think, what is it? He did like somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2,075,000 damage. So I thought like, no, it's like it's something around the lines of almost like, I want to say, oh wow, I forget what it is. Hang on, because I have it written somewhere. Let's see, it's from. Where is it? Ah, damn it. Oh, of course, it's like in 2 million results. Now, dang it. Well, I'll just say this much then, because we looked at it. He did like, I think, what was it? 2.5 million damage, and then it's like, I'm losing my mind on this. I should have had that prepared, but it's more or less it's almost like 50. It feels like 50% damage, because the damage went from like, I think 2 million something to almost like, I think it's actually saved in my calculator, though the numbers shouldn't really matter that much. It's a 50% increase in damage in the first place that she's always going to have. It's mostly in the fact that she has like so many skills that hit multiple times all over the place. Oh, perfect. There it is. He did 2,700,000 damage. So I was like, all right. And then he had another comparison picture where he did 3,900,000 damage. So I thought, all right, I'm going to take 50% of this number of 2,700,000. I found half of that, added it to the base damage that we got in the last test, and it got to 4,057,500. That is within I think what 5 or 10% of his result. So that can factor into rolls and critting and all that sort of stuff. So a 50% damage increase isn't too crazy. It makes sense enough to me, at least. I can appreciate that. That's at least where I got the math from it on that. So it just feels a lot better. This inherently will make Maika do much more damage in every single capacity that she can do. Thanks to the fact that upon her hitting an enemy in any capacity, she just now is going to have the chance to just increase her damage passively. You get that really well in colors like red and green. Well, all of her any skill that has like multiple hits behind it. Because typically, like when I take Maika to VR, I take the same 3 skills every time because they're just multiple hits. Like carpet bombing's a really good chance to apply burn. Death from Above has 20 projectiles with the 2 set. That's gonna let her have just a whole bunch of she is going to proc burn with this at some point. In fact, she's probably going to proc it several times. Because when I saw it was a 5% chance, I thought to myself, well, that's not very good. 5% is extremely low, and it's never going to really happen. In fact, it happens quite often, because she just has so many skills that have like multiple hits. Like, you need Pyro and you need Lotus together. And the second shot from Lotus has, I think, like 10 or 12 projectiles. Pyro, well, we'll just show this off perfectly, because when you go take her into testing, everybody knows that, like, whoever has Maika, one of her biggest problems was the fact that she has, like, her basic string was absolutely terrible. Now, we get to see it, and she just sits there and fires all the time. There's no problems with it. She doesn't have to... I actually wrote this down. So I wanted to test whether or not... How much of a change did they do to make a difference between her attacks? So what is it? It's... It should be around here. I don't know where that oil came from. Just leaks straight through. Weird. Where did it go? Well, more or less, they managed to take. They managed, like, what? Took. I think she would get off one shot a second. It was something like 58 frames to complete her attack from start to finish. At least that's what her old animation used to be. And now they managed to take off 12 frames from the attack. I think it's like it goes from like 58 to 46. They still managed to keep it the same thing in the first place, where they have she fires individual projectile, but now she fires like what? Since they managed to take a fifth of a second off on all of her attacks, and that she goes back into the recovery she recovers into the next attack in the first place. It just makes everything much snappier and faster for her. This is also something people don't typically remark with her as well, is the fact that she used to have her dashes used to be they had a slight delay to them. Like between doing one or the other, like you had to wait for her to like completely reset. You don't have to do that now. She can actually get both dashes off repeatedly very quickly. I'm actually really happy about that because it makes her much more mobile and it makes her a much more fun experience to play around with. And if you didn't notice it though too, on the right over here where I have the Faust icon, or where our supporters icon is at, they made it bigger in the first place. I don't know if that's like a UI scaling issue or something, or like an accident, but it's like I liked it when it was smaller because it's more intrusive now. Most of her animations have stayed the same for the most part. I'm really glad they made the change specifically for her basic string, because we all know it. It sucked, it continued to suck, and it's just 3 different kinds of ass in a 5-pound bag. It was just not good. But we'll show off her Taimanin art, because they didn't do a very good job of showing it off properly in the actual video. Like most of her skill effects now have like the explosions have what is it? They're cosmetically the explosions look better. I don't know. That's something I should have tested beforehand too. Is if I wanted to see how fast the projectiles move now. Because beforehand, like these projectiles were so slow. You could just sit there and like Maika will stand still, fire her projectile, and an enemy just like in the same distance we have it right here, which is probably about like I'd say 5 to 6 meters. The enemy would just like walk straight away from there in the first place. Like they'll just like sidestep it by like walking, and it'll miss completely. Like the fact alone that she does like 4 million, like millions, she'll do millions of damage easily. She's always been very good at that. But it's the fact now that she has the ability to just go, yeah, I'm going to be able to just burn my enemy and then just do as much damage as possible. I mean, burn itself has always scaled on the fact of whatever damage applied it, which is why Astaroth's burn was so strong, because Supernova would do like 5 million damage apiece, and then it would do 40%. It would burn for 4 seconds, and it would burn like 4 times. It would burn 4 times, and that was on the first application too. So it's good to see that we actually have, like, Maika is much more she plays the same for the most part, but she now actually has a bunch of utility with her that doesn't make her feel like a piece of shit to play. I really like that, because she needed this. She needed a good solid passive like this too, because this also means she now finally, after I think almost 5 years, she will finally have we'll shut off Mato Flame, because she finally now, after 5 years, has synergy with her own supporter. Like, this supporter is like, it's better than her limited one, because now Maika can apply burn all by herself. She can apply it and increase its duration too. So it's just like, that's great. Now she gets, like, the only way she could have applied burn previously was using a supporter like this, and then just like waiting 51 seconds to do it. Now she can just apply it no problem at all. She gets benefit out of it. And I don't know why it took so damn long for it to happen in the first place, because like she really felt like a character that should have applied burn from day one. That should have been more or less her thing to do, because it's like as time has went on, they've made it better to where various colors can like apply certain status effects, because they never really leaned into status effects itself on like until probably the last 2 years. Because status effect builds are always like some of the most, they're really potent, because they're always like, we have so many supporters that help out that aspect, especially in red. Like that specific color build for it is just like, it's just so nice. We'll put another blue. Human stuff for blue is always so hard to find. Like, I wish I had more Azusa copies, because it would make her that much faster. That's perfect. We got Nage. We got that. We'll do Death from Above. We'll change it to Flame. Good to see you again, Darthnia. We're just going over parts of Maika's renewal, because they changed a little bit, but it meant a lot in terms of her renewal, which I'm very happy about, because a lot of her stuff just works really well in the first place. I think they more or less just they gave more damage to a whole lot of her skills and increased the AoE for them. Like, the AoE for incendiary rounds is bigger. Not grenade launcher. There's Ruthless. Ruthless gets better in the first place. Oh, of course it is. The stream is laggy again. Again with this shit. Oh my god, I hate it. I fucking hate it. Why does it do that? Like before, Maika was very Maika was fun to play beforehand, but you just tried to use her basic string at a minimum, because it was always just, it was such a clunky thing to use in the first place. Like I hated using it. Like I'd use it literally like as low as possible, because I could just never get myself to say like, all right, that's a good thing. I can't really use it as filler because she takes a second to fire, and then even when she tries to dodge, she has that clunky dodge too. Like typically I would hear people say something like, oh man, all you have to do with Maika is just like you use Ruthless Explosion and you use Carpet Bombing together. It's like, it doesn't work that way, because you still have to deal with the poor basic string and her delayed dodge. It doesn't really help that, because you still have to wait for those to come back. So at that point you're just playing an attrition and you're not really doing a whole lot in the first place. It's that sort of stuff that really held back Maika in the first place. But her smoking hot body really just like, it has kept her going for like the longest time. Like I can hardly believe it myself. Like she's looked good, and that has carried her throughout the ages. Like her limited package weapon wasn't that great. Her VR weapon is not good. And even then, it's just like, that's just life for her in the first place. We'll show off the changes to explosive rounds too, because this will be a good one. We'll go get riot weapon. I barely done anything with that in the first place. We don't need Crimson Lotus. We need Carpet Bombing. Because Ruthless Explosion and what is it? Carpet Bombing are just like, they're her best skills. Every single build needs to use them in every capacity. Let's see, monster attack. So now she's able to get an escape with this too, because previously when you'd use this skill, she wouldn't jump back very far and she would actually move very slowly because of it. But even then, it's still like, it's not a good skill. If you need to use this sort of skill in the first place, you need to reevaluate your strategy, because she has a lot more damage potential in something like that. Because why use explosive rounds when you can use carpet bombing? Because even then, it's like all you have to do now is just like, you can spam her dodge. You may get Mado Flame. And you get carpet bombing. Because explosive rounds requires you to get hit. And then you get like shit like this where it's amazing. The flamethrower, the AoE for the flamethrower is like much larger now. I think it does like, it'll do also more damage too. I hate not having it, because it's just like, I want something that applies more skill damage. Not more skill damage, I don't want something that does. Because Ruthless is really nice, because it's an attack down, it's a defense down, it has a range boost. It's a tough call between literally Mado Flare and Ruthless, because with Ruthless you just put it down, you can leave, and it pierces people innately. Mado requires you to sit there for 5 whole seconds and just do it. Like, she's got the armor, she's got the damage reduction, it's a skill boost. It's literally just okay. It's not that great. No, we don't want Ruthless. We want Pile Flare. Because I'm pretty sure they increased the recovery. They reduced the recovery of Pile Flare. Well, actually, this was never a bad skill for her in the first place, because of the way it works. Because it's always been really great for just her getting inside and jumping out immediately while buffing herself. It's one of her core skills that you just can't get enough of. I don't get a lot of use out of these debuff boosts because she doesn't have anybody to debuff on there, and I'm not using that one. Yes, I'm very glad that they finally made like the heavy playstyle character, or at least in terms of launchers, they went for it. She still can't heal. That's But honestly, the healing thing anymore is when you're playing PvE stuff. It's not explicitly like in 1v1 PvE stuff. Maika will just bullet straight over because she still has her critical SR. Then you take Maika to VR. She still struggles, but if there's anything Maika's very good at, it's dealing substantial amounts of damage, and she has something that she can do that with. Oh no, renewals don't change AI behavior. Because they're mostly for player side updates, and when they have like this kind of renewal, it won't change very much about them as an AI. So we need to the strategizing around the AI is a whole different thing, which is where this comes in. This is her renewal weapon. It is one of the most devastating ones they've created. Like, there's Undying Apocalypse, there's Ignis, there's who else had a really good one? No, not a Windan. It's where is it? Somebody else got there's Formosan Edge is a really good one too. Mr. Wonder Bear, that's a fucking top tier one for sure. Ignis, of course. Where's this? Impact Blade was nice. Skullface was another really good one too. This joins the club of like very remarkable renewal weapons. So what this does is we didn't get to talk about this last week because the stream totally crapped out and I couldn't finish it. But this is Deep Impact, like the movie. Mr. Wonder Bear is for Noah. I know most people don't play Noah, and I know a lot of us aren't a lot of big arena fiends, but Mr. Wonder Bear effectively does the same thing as Deep Impact, where it doubles Noah's damage and makes her gun people down from a distance, and it's really, really good. Rebellious weapons are the ones that are like, they have this color scheme. They're blue, silver, and black, and they're also called Momochi weapons. They're the weapons that, when you deal a critical hit to an enemy, they get a defense down stack, and it stacks 5 times. These are actually really good weapons in the first place. Some of them are a lot better than the gacha signatures of most characters. Literally in Maika's case, for the longest time, her alternative was Lapis Prism. Like, this is, I think I've gotten several copies of this over the years, but this sucks. It increases critical rate of normal attacks. It's better now. Her normal attacks are better, but it's like, all right, it increases the critical rate. We can solve critical rate pretty easily now. The critical damage thing is a whole nother level, and that's what her SR does. It's just much better in the first place. Like, every character or weapon category has at least one of these, which is why people like using Phantasma with the Momochi weapon, because she can crit a lot, and it's a big hit special. But on to Deep Impact though. Deep Impact is a big old rocket ship, because it's gonna just send her damage straight to the moon. Because god damn it, she's hell on earth. She's Armageddon even, because we got a little bit around this, but you get 5 stacks of overheat, which 1 stack is a 10% up to skill damage. It maxes out at 20. So it's a 50 to 100% skill damage increase during the battle. This weapon is pretty much meant for AI characters. I say this because all it does, it's pretty dumb to activate how the conditional for this. So you get overheat every 4 seconds when you perform a basic attack. So Maika now has a faster basic attack. The AI absolutely loves using basic attacks, so they're never going to run out of these stacks. The AI is also really good on some characters about using their skills as soon as they're off cooldown. So she's able to spend and reclaim those stacks as well. And another thing too is that most of her skills have like average about at least above 8 seconds in terms of cooldown. So she's able to at least recover about 2 stacks. So she more or less can sit around about 3 to 5 stacks apiece, which is a 30 to 40% boost, depending on your skill level. And that's also not to mention the fact that, oh yeah, it deals more damage with basic attacks by 40 to 80%. It's an extremely devastating thing that makes it's really strong in the hands of players, and it's also just as strong for the AI. It's just pure dumb strength, just like how Maika should have been in the first place. But is the Maika weapon we could run recently in VR any good? No. No, it's not. It's terrible. I'll pick it up because it's a UR weapon for Maika that I can just give her in her inventory. Like, you know what? You want to know how like little faith they had in the weapon itself? Let's see, it's rubber bullets. Here it is. Jokes aside, I can't even tell if this is a weapon or a helicopter. Well, let's just say it's a fitting end for something built to fail. I mean, it's completely fitting. Wow, that's... Did they not put like the high level the anti-aliasing on this? That's okay. Like, we showed off explosive rounds. Explosive rounds is that skill where you get hurt, you activate the skill and it'll do more damage, and it drops a missile. And upon using explosive rounds, it drops an additional 3 missiles that deal damage to 2.5 times her attack, more damage to machines, less damage from machines. This is not a skill anybody takes. She has many more skills that works, so this is effectively moot. And increase more damage to machines, less damage from machines. You get inherently a lot better mileage out of Nagatamas. You'll get a lot better out of Deep Impact. And damage taken from machines, it's like if you're doing primary DPS Maika, she's really good at avoiding things in the first place now. This is effectively useless. It's just there to be fodder in the first place. So I guess makes me wonder if you can actually use it in the exchange facility. It's just not good. Oh yeah. Another thing too is that now that we know, like, okay, they've always had the label of like, okay, this is for a specific character. Now they have categories for these weapons as well. I don't know why it took 4 years for that to happen in the first place. Like, now that now we actually know what the VR weapons are called. They're called Wicked Star weapons. You don't have anything better to use for her? Let's see. Maika's been around in the game for like, what, 3-4 years now? And all I've ever used is her SR crit damage weapon and an arena weapon. That's it. Like, here's a little pro gamer tip for you. You don't need any of this stuff. Like, what I'm talking about here, like a whole bunch of this stuff, this is more like a bunch of this stuff is just for optimizing the situation. 90% of the game situations are solved with arena weapons. You use arena weapons or you use SRs. They will clear like almost all of the game's content, even in VR, even in Total War, because it's like, well, I don't know, with Total War it's a bit different because that's the whale playground. We got to talk about Total War too, because there's certain things inside it that have changed. There's been some shakeups in the VR world. I think I have this, yeah. Because what I want to do today, it's like, because for one thing, we have Maika's weapon itself. You can actually, like, she is strong enough now, like, her base damage is increased all over the place. However, since this is a renewal weapon, it is inherently, it's part of the permanent pool. You can get spooked by this. It's good. It's just fine for you to have that happen. And even then, we have the ultimate weapon vouchers now. So, well, we've always had ultimate weapon vouchers in the first place. It's just that now that it's part of the ticket pool, you can just use ones that come up from like other character renewals, getting it through the gacha. No, not gacha. Total War Shop, the Shop of Desires. It's like there are other avenues that you can pick up this weapon without having to roll for it. You don't need to do it. Because more or less I want to save up for pickup gacha this. I want to save up for Mirabelle. this is what I wanted to get to last week before the stream totally died. This is Mirabelle Bell, one of the most desired characters in like this game's history. She's pretty. She's the brown lady that everybody likes, and she traditionally fights in a hard suit. This is a character I like. This is something I was really looking forward to seeing, and I really hope that she's the character we get next month. This is really great. It makes me very happy to finally see that she's in the game in some capacity. She's our limited supporter. Okay. Come on, boys. Let's fucking pray. I want to see her in the game. Hope they modeled her abs. I hope they did too, because she's supposed to be a physically strong super soldier lady. Well, we actually almost have 30 rolls over here. Any ideas for Mirabelle's weapon? Well, she traditionally uses like an assault rifle in RPGX and Taba, and also it's like what she traditionally fights with is her hard suit. So it's like, are they going to make the ult the hard suit just so they can make it just like Sue's old ultimate? No, Sue still has that. No, like Noah's old ultimate, where she just goes into like a super mode and just beats up people, because that would be great. I want those type of ultimates again, because those are really cool. Those are fun to use. I just really hope they don't make her bad. They don't make her bad. I really hate it. I still am very annoyed at the fact that they made Frances really terrible and then released something to help fix her. She didn't need that. She really didn't. That's not a character who... That's a character people like. No, I'm mad because it's like, that's a character I like. I wanted that character to be good. I wanted her to be Ragnarok good, but that's just not going to happen apparently. No, she can have that strength. It's just, you got to pay $35 and go roll for the weapon. Thank you, Avalon. We're going to talk about her ability now. Mirabelle herself needs to be, well, to make a memorable situation for a character in Action Taimanin, you need to make a strong supporter. It's how Felicia has stayed relevant for the last like 4 years, even though she's had barely anything released for her in the first place. But it looks like her weapon uses the X1 bone and a knife and a sub-mach gun. So I don't know. It's like, who were used for that? It's like, it'd be another ranged character. She just uses like a funny MP7 or a bullpup or whatever. No, we haven't rolled yet because I like to save that for the stream because it's good content. So we need 2 more to get a free roll out of it. But let's talk about what this does, because this is going to lead into the segment for talking about Total War. So her ability is to increase critical rate by 3% for 5 seconds every 3 combos, stacks 5 times. We have many characters in the game that can constantly keep hitting and keep their combo string going, so this isn't a problem to start up and keep sustained. And has a 20% unmodifiable chance on critical hit to increase the target's damage taken by 12% for 5 seconds. Actually, kind of... What an insanely strong effect, because if we get really fast characters that can just constantly keep attacking and hit all day every day, because this is a every 3 combos. So this means any way you applied the combo in the first place, whether that's basic attacks, skills, damage over time, supporters, ultimates, so anything that extends the combo. So whenever a crit, but this is like different from it. Whenever you have a percent, every time you crit in any capacity, you have a chance to increase the target. You have a 12 to 24% damage defense debuff for 5 seconds. This being a 5-second defense debuff won't. No, since it's a non-standard integer in terms of scaling that they use, and it's a 5-second 5-second one that they have for it. means it has no conflict with a lot of other defense downs. So this stacks really quickly. So even in a passive situation, really good stuff. Really good stuff in terms of team battles as well. So then we have reduced damage taken by 8% for protect type allies. This is pretty great. In the first, it's like if you run with something like Lapis, Lapis really likes the fact that, okay, now she takes even less damage in the first place. The character who is designed to be a tank can be even tankier in group content. I've said this before though. Boy howdy, I really hope that she is a machine protect character, because the last one we got for a protect machine is I've got to use my psychic powers here. I got to use this raging brainer I've got. I want to see protect machines. None. We don't have any protect machines. So guess what? She can be the change that she needs to be. Please be a protect machine, Mirabelle. I need that. Do you think she'll have a lot of hits based on the supporter? It should be our next favorite character, and it will be our first protect machine character. I hope, Kiro, I hope she's confirmed to be our next character, because she's also competing at the same time against that nasty bitch, future Yukikaze. I don't want her in any capacity. I already have one copy, and that was just for the armory stuff. I don't expect her to have too many hits, because this is a supporter that doesn't just matter that she uses it. Other characters get a lot of use out of this in the first place. Like, Inage gets really, really good use out of this in the first place, because she hits all the time, and she can crit a lot too. A lot of characters get use out of this. In fact, there's only one other critical rate boosting supporter in that of this level in blue, and that's Bride Anrose. I don't care about Anrose, but I understand the potential that the supporter brought. So it's more or less like, all right, there you go. That's if you use these two together, you get a lot more consistent situations out of it. But my question is though, it's like, what weapon would she use in the first place, guys? What weapon would she be using to make life for her that much better? Because what, she uses that bullpup, she uses a submachine gun, a knife, and that's about it. So it's nothing too crazy. Well, of course. Of course, we use Blue Archives OST all the time. It's just so good. Because what I want to do in the future, though, when Rio releases in I think it's going to be June or July, I hope she releases on her actual birthday in English. That would be so cool. Because I think Kisaki is later this month, though. We have 207 of these Valentine's Day gifts. I need 2 gacha coins. So let's hope and pray, boys. Let's go. I want to try and do a stream for Blue Archive to do one for when Rio arrives. All right, we got 2 of them. We can do 3. We can do 3 rolls for free. It would be the first and the last Blue Archive stream, because I'm not good enough at the game to go do stuff like Torment yet. That's that's 2 years of playing. I need to clean my inventory anyways. Look at that. We're never going to get those last 2 in there. They know. They know that we're trying to get Mirabelle. They know that we're trying. We're warming up our luck here, folks. We're warming it up. 2 gems. It's actually the lowest chance possible. They knew. They knew. They fucking knew. It's there you go. That's all you're going to get, bros. Come on, bros. Come on. I want to pick me up at least enough copies to get her to 3.5. There's another one. Oh my god. Lois, get in here. They're dropping free stuff for us on stream. yes, we're trying to save as much possible for our gems in Blue Archives so we can get Rio. I hope I can get her without having to spark. That's just to say the least. No full batteries. It's an Oni Plays reference. It's like, yes, yes, of course, my son. We got the massive Oni Plays references, gang. I don't think I've watched Oni Plays in like almost 2 years at this point. Because certainly my more favorite era was the one when they had Ding Dong and Julian on there. I don't even know if they've come back. I don't like Lyle very much, so I was like, alright, I don't want to see anything with Lyle on there. I'll forget about him. I like Tomar though. Tomar has been one of my favorite ones even since his Newgrounds days. He does a good job. Let's see. Alright. We have just enough. I won't like Adam. Oh no, they added a new boy to the group. I liked it when they had when they went to Ireland and Chris played like Minority Report with them. The Minority Report playthrough with like Chris's friends from Ireland was fantastic. I loved it so much. My account was strong enough to start choosing UR weapons. It's like, I wouldn't doubt that one bit. Like, the Maze Master one. It's like, I'll probably watch that when I have to go clean up stuff for Dark Souls. It's Ding Dong. Got Ding Dang and Julian. Okay, everybody, it's time. We're gonna go. We've got more than enough rolls to get the pity for it. So let's see if we can get some copies. All right. I need a hero. Oh, that's looking good. All right. Draw again. Draw Monster Cardo. Do 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 do. All right, that's regular rolls. We still have the discount. Oh, what could this be? Let's build anticipation. All right. Otodachi. Okay. Crit weapon booster. Rinka. Crescent Moon. Oh my God, Peter, we got her. We got her, bros. Oh yes, that's good. We got 1-5. Easy peasy. Have I bought the private room package? No. I'm kind of broke right now. I need to save up some other cash. Oh my God, that's amazing. Mirabelle's in the house, baby. That only took, what, 40? We can go higher. We're going higher, bros. We're gonna fucking make it. It's still the beginning of the month. We can still have a chance to get her before she arrives in the game. Because I believe it. I believe she's getting in the game. I don't want nothing to deal with this goddamn hussy of a character, future Yukikaze. We get brown bitches in here. We got our Ingrids. We got our Fentanyl. We got our fucking Phantasma. Or fucking, what's her face? Eleanor. It's like the brown babies. It's like, yes. Let's go. Okay, we have to go clear our inventory first. We gotta do some cleanup. 1003. Okay, wait, is the new golden pass up yet? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, we have to do that first. Mirabelle isn't the biggest lady, but she certainly is packing, to say the least. She's a big girl. Big girl, oh yeah. Love to see it. That's already at 5-5. I can actually scrap that. Let's see. I can get rid of those. No, I actually keep those for the armory effects. Oh, I remember I got that one when I was like out of there. Is this maxed? Yes. Well, more or less, we need to upgrade skill level stuff. what is it? Most of Mirabelle's stuff in RPGX is like, what is it? It's abuse centric, or she's heavily pregnant for some reason. I know Obui likes like when they do other art for other characters. I think it's like Cerberus or no, it's Brunhild or whatever in RPGX. It's like they have a scene where they're heavily pregnant. They just really enjoy. I mean, I certainly do enjoy a woman heavy with child, but most certainly it's like it's a little crazy sometimes, don't you think? She don't even know. We're hot for brown women today. We want some mocha babies. Oh, that's right. I still have her. We can certainly grind those up and try our luck with something else. What other stuff can I combine together? Oh, there's another copy. I have 2 copies of Nagi for some reason. Is this one of the ones that I have at like 2.5 or something? Well, I guess we're taking a trip to the exchange facility after this. I think you have to do this like 2 times. Is Mirabelle good on Maika? I mean, it's a supporter that's a good on about every single character, who at least has a higher attack speed than Murasaki. Because Murasaki does not get the best use out of it. So anybody who attacks as fast like Asagi, Tokiko, Sakura, Yukikaze, anybody who has more than like 3 attacks per button press. Rin gets really good use out of it. It's in blue, so it's like if you have a character that's like gets a lot of usage in blue in the first place, it's like it'll be very worthwhile for them. But what is the past mission for Awakened supporter? It's win skill training, upgrade, EXP. Oh, I always hate the EXP training one. You can't use 6 at a time. You have to use 3. So you just inherently have to wait, like, for me it's like you have to wait 6 hours to do it. It's like, come on, dude. Forge, we'll do that later. Assist, okay, that's fine. $970. I got too many of these damn things. Yeah, Reiko is like well, she's a whip user, so I imagine if she was also one of the top 10 poll winners in the first place when they did that thing like years and years ago. So it's more or less like if they got the guts to do it, it's like they'll make our they'll be our first like boner ma'am user over there. Where the fuck is why is my inventory so short up now? Oh, that's right, I have a whole bunch of Magatama. Well, yeah, they changed the Magatama features in there. Okay, I don't want to get rid of that. That's just like those are like 2 blank ones that I use. There you go, that's better. I got too much shit in here. They're gonna make me want to pay the price of like 5, 10 a piece. No thank you. Tekken Kaoru, I think, is like, she's from Taba itself, so she's been in the game a long time. Okay, now we need 60 rolls, so what is that? Yeah, we actually have just exactly enough to do it. Alright, let's get some more copies. Nothing. Oh, that one. I saw the new, yeah, what is it? The person who did like the model extractions from the game, they showed off like, oh, that's a new lady in there. It's not the Chinese lady. It's like this. She's supposedly supposed to be like what, a UFS character? What's a weapon? It's like this UFS character with like the bleach blonde hair, but she's got like dark skin. So we've got like, we're talking Brown Town, baby. Photon Sentry. Oh man, another Yatagarasu. That's going straight in the grinder. Well, she's not supposed to be like a Gyaru type character. She's very dedicated to duty. So let's see. We'll see what happens with her. White hair on the brown skin is so good. Oh my god, another copy. Please, God. Please, Jesus. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's see it. Oh, damn it. All right, Clarissa, it's good to see you again. Huh. I haven't got a Clarissa in a long time. It's a weapon. Okay. It's another Shikigiri. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright. Let's fucking pray, bros. Let's go. Ooh, mechanical dart knife. That's going to be another good one to talk about with Total War. Yeah, that's it. We got 2-5 out of this one, baby. We're going to have 3-5. Easy. Easy. Where are we at? Exactly 3-5. Ooh, baby, that's the good shit right there. I love it. You love to see it. We're at 225, so we need to pick up another copy to reduce it. Inventory full. Fuck you. Hot brown women is now in our inventory, fellas. Hot brown women has arrived. We got that Megan Thee Stallion looking bitch out here. The darkest of bimbos. We need to clean up our inventory because there is too much in here. Because I need to reduce the desire points so I don't overcap it. Because it'll get like if Mirabelle comes out and she has her own weapons, then like we'll get it out of there. Because I always, I'll let you. Here's a not very well kept secret. These are like the best items in the game. Whenever they have an item that they give you that's seasonal and that lets you acquire desires, that is insanely good. This is I think 75 desires right here. So it's no, it's a 68 from what I remember. It's 68 exactly desires. Yeah. So what do we have right now? It's 68. We have 68 in the bank. And plus 85. Awesome. That's more than enough to ready. That's more than enough at this point to have ready for whenever she comes in and we get the limited costume. Amazing. It's good. We already have 2B everything in Taimanin. Of course, we got funny robot. We literally have Azusa. She's blind. She can't see. She can't do anything. She's the stoic swordswoman that everybody likes. She's even got a cool outfit too. You can't see her butt. It's okay, but it's like she's cool. She's 2B at home. She doesn't have the short haircut though. Even besides the fact it's like, I don't know. It's like I think Azusa came. Well, no, 2B came before Azusa. That's for sure. Because Azusa, I think, was introduced in the last, 2 years in RPGX? She hasn't been in the game for very long. Let's pick this up. We've already seen that one, Mirabelle. Fantastic. We're gonna see the desire. We're gonna not desire, but the what do you call it? What do you call that thing? It's the intimacy scene, because we have her at 4 or 5. What a great day. What an amazing day. We get tactical bimbo. That's it. Really good stuff. Now I can have like, alright, agnostic, defense down, critical rate boost. It's time to slap this on Tokiko. Do you think your desire outfit will be your kimono unit from RPGX? Probably. That seems like something that they would run at, like, it's out of season, it doesn't make sense, but it's also something that's a chase item that you could do. There's even like, because what other outfits does Mirabelle have in RPGX? Because most of them are just strictly related to like business with her. They'd have to start making up concepts for like specifically her. Because like she has the yukata, that's a pretty like easy sell for the most part. So it's like, what is it'll be April when she releases. So that's like prime time for the Sakura costumes. So they could put one of her Sakura costumes specifically designed for her into the into that. Or she has the Tron outfit. I was trying to remember what that was because I saw the picture for it today, because it's that one-piece leotard that has like the silver and the rainbow pieces on it. That thing is like that is perfectly built for her. That's probably something that they put in for like a limited thing on her. What if she shares with Maika? Wouldn't that be cool? It's like Maika gets a renewal and then she gets to share with like the next character, and they're both like gigantic women. Okay, so before that happens, we have to talk a little bit more about Total War. Everybody's favorite game mode, because actually, they changed this. They changed a lot of this actually in the last probably 2 months. It's now plausible. It's somewhat doable. It still sucks. So things have changed. This last update, they managed to get something crazy going on, which is the meta has now actually shaken up in the first time in 2 months. So it's like, we had Tokiko over here. Tokiko traditionally is like, you know, I don't like Tokiko, but I certainly understand what her potential lies in, and she does a very good job at it. You just use her with this because Tokiko hits all the time, and she has tons and tons of boosts. She also has the clairvoyance buff, so she defends herself. She can apply defense down for 10 seconds. She has defense down with this supporter alongside crit rate boost. And then even when you use the active effect, it just pops off and nukes. Really good stuff. And then not much else has changed. Like the composition here is like, people have just now moved over to, instead of Corporate Warrior Ingrid, it's like Corporate Warrior is still effective, but now they like, okay, Phantasma is like, she wants to last longer. Like increase damage dealt to allied demon characters by 28%. Really good stuff. Lena for defense, this for critical boosting, defense down with this, because you'll be capping defense down essentially, because like with these two right here. Because with Tokiko, it's just a cheaper way to play Shizuru. Though you don't get the healing that Shizuru brings in the first place. Like, I don't have this version of Spinel in the first place. Mutsuki is like for the green build. Like you use Crit Cat, Mutsuki, and Corporate Warrior Ingrid in the front for a defense down aura that stacks with her other terrifying presence. And of course, Spinel is Spinel. You use the same thing that everybody uses. It's nuclear warheads, dropping bonds, and Rose, and the really cool supporter that nobody ever cared about until now, because Spinel is the only one that's ever been able to use this. I've talked about her. She's been good. It's the idol supporter that's like, she gets a 10% boost to every single buff that she has, and Spinel gets like 5 or 6 different buffs that she can give to herself, and she can keep them up too. It's like Piercing Thrust, Crystal Shards, Demonic Arm, you name it, she does it. She's a good girl. Azusa is a little different. She does the same thing, but she would use this for the team boost effect, which is like this one is like every time that she gets like what, it's a critical dodge or a critical hit, it increases team critical damage. So it makes everything just go like, just pop off and explode. So you just get supporter spam and debuff buff extension and skill cooldown. So it's like Azusa, people, it's like, you know, she had a very middling release. I like her a lot because she's a very skill driven character. Like, you have to be pretty good to use her, and she rewards that. Now you don't even get to use those skills you learned in any capacity because you're in total war. You don't get any control. So now you just sit there and it's like, you use this. This is also her gotcha signature weapon, so you can get it any time you want. And it's like, it's in the rotational feature, so you can get it with those coins. So it's not hard to pick this up, but it certainly is worthwhile to do so if you really care about it. Because we need to do this week. So we can actually try the new Tokiko build. Oh, this package actually looks really good too. It's the one that looks like, she looks like Anby. We were going to make the picture last week, but the stream crapped out, which makes me sad. You didn't get to see the funny picture we were gonna make. We were gonna have her say like, "Oh man, oh, I need you to describe the difference between these two pictures. Oh, they're the same, bro." Because this is like, because I was also using Tokiko this week in Machine VR, because I wanted her to specifically just, I want you to hold the enemy down and fuck them up. Mirabelle's here for this. We're just going to use the multi-extension. So Mikigami Haru, no butt sheath like Anby, though. Anby also has that like battery pack on the back of her too. She's supposed to like, Anby's supposed to be like our 2B at home, but more or less like with Azusa on our hands though, Azusa is more like the Yora commander essentially. The big stacked lady from The Office. We'll do the funny meme build. Hoshino Mitsuki. You get both of them together, and now this is like 55 seconds. It'll go down to probably like, I think 40. It's still really worthwhile to do so, because you can actually do something even more crazy, which is you go to your Awakened skills, and it should be around here somewhere. Because there is reduced skill cooldown time of supporter skills by 1%. I think this maxes out at like 10% in the first place. So you can actually put them together and get like, what is it? This is 20%. This is another 20%. So yeah, it's it would be 20% of 55, then 20% of that, and then another 10% of that in the first place. So let's actually do the math on that. If I actually leveled those all together, what would that do? So it was like 55 times 0.2. Okay, cool. That's 11 seconds off. So 55 minus 11, it's 44. Then times 0.2. So that's 8.8. No, it's like 44 minus 8.8. That's wrong. Minus 8.8. 35.2 times 0.1. 3.52. .68 seconds to so that she can use the supporter skill. And typically these when they use in the AI there, they like to use them effectively with like whatchamacallit. It's they don't use it like frame one, but they use it as soon as they get as close as they can to the enemy. But that's if I had it in like the that. Well, of course, you have to do the math for this sort of thing. That's how you understand the extreme potential that lies in something like this. Not because like when you put on Tokiko crits all the damn time, and now that we have a game mode where she's allowed to crit now, she can do that just like all day every day. Because Tokiko just like applies 27 versions of defense down, no fucking problem. Like what do we have? We have Clairvoyance. We have to keep that on there. We have Autumn Wind. Yep, we need that one on there. So we'll take that off. Autumn Wind. I wish I had the 4th skill slot this month because I would do something like, instead of Magpie, I would put like Stone Piercer on or something like that. Because Clairvoyance gives her that defense buff. Like, I don't exactly need her to do a lot of damage. I just need her to survive. Because all our efforts are going to be put towards, like, these two. Because it's like, we got Crit Cat, we got Misaki, we got Corporate Warrior Ingrid. She's our everybody's favorite wage slave and brown lady. The original brown lady of Taimanin. She's the absolute queen of this stuff. Look at that. It's just like brown, brown, and more brown. It makes me want to almost try like an all dark-skinned female. We'll put like tags, dark-skinned female, absolute queen bullshit setup. We got Phantasma, who's obviously like, I don't think I've ever taken this costume off of her because I just like it so much. It's really nice. And Spinel doesn't change very much. It's like, let's see. I just use Onigumo because it's like it's one of my strongest supporters. What did that guy have anyways? It was something like that. Whale bragging mode. That's what it is. What do they have on that? Oh, they had Anrose. I don't have her. Because it's like you just do it to crit more often. Alright, critical rate of suppressed type characters. That's fine. Alright, I haven't done mine this week. I actually forgot to do this one week. That's how little I care about this in the first place. Is the fact that, oh man, I forgot it's a thing. I almost forget about Arena too because it sucks. Let's change Spinel's clothes. As much as I like the watermelon setup, we gotta go back to Bounty Hunter. With their big stick arms. We got Officer Good and Sexy. Well, the thing is, it's like, Murasaki's game is where Ingrid was introduced in the first place. But Ingrid became so popular, it's like we're gonna give her a movie. Oh yeah, wow, that just like... And it just like etched her into the annals of history for Taimanins. She's not exactly like the most popular character, but she certainly stays within the consciousness as a legacy character. So let's see how this turns out. Like I played this game for 5 years and I don't have everything. I don't care that much. I just want to make my points and then just like leave this. We actually have a function now to help speed things up. Like we're not going to make our points this week then. We're at 278. It's 86. I mean, you know it was a good waifu war in the first place, even though it was not good for her as like a character. It was good in the sense that it had like, it was good in the sense that like, people remembered it. It made people want to play the game in the first place because they had a competitive mode. 127, that's not that great. It could certainly be better. I mean, it's like any character that's explicitly against, like, a very popular character. Because when Ingrid and Kiara release at the same time, they're supposed to be mirrors of each other. One's ice, one's fire. One has an attack down debuff, one has a defense down debuff. One is meant for suppressing attack, and one is making a person stop. So it's like, it was actually a pretty cool event in the first place. So it's like, it's very nice. 1 billion is like the bare minimum for this. Because this week is like, it's a pretty easy week to say the least. because it's like I don't even know where am I at, because I don't think I cracked top 500 right here. Yeah, I didn't, because the minimum is like, because I checked earlier this week, it's like 1.2. It's really all, it's more or less, it's just like in the heart of the cards, really. Like, I'll make a bit of a change to see what happens. Where's Pirate Kiara? Where's Pirate Kiara? Because I already know there's like plenty of instances where I'm like missing out on lots of damage. I can't find you, Pirate Kiara. Ingrid, please tell me where... Oh, there she is. People really like Kiara. I don't get it because it's like... For me, I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand Kiara. It's like, she's not that pretty to me. It doesn't make me go like, yeah, that's a really worthwhile character. It just isn't. It's like, where does that come from, bro? Where does that come from? I gotta up our stuff. Criticals. Sir Demons. I really like this though. You get to see like whenever you'd have a normal normally when you would equip like Magatamas on weapons, you can't see them on other people because they're equipped to them. You have to go and equip them in the first place. Now you can see them all in the first place and equip them at your own will. Really nice. Really great stuff. Yeah, let's put it on there. Critical, Succubus Whispers, Dreamclaw. Like, I'm very sure that they're never going to do that with Kiara herself. That's probably why they spend so much time with, like, any other character Oi Nagisa does. It's like, oh yeah, those characters are getting fucked up, to say the least. It's gonna be some nasty shit. It's gonna be like stuff that, it's like the hurt feeling special, to say the least. So we tried it at max speed. Let's see what happens when you put it at like, what do you call that stuff? 1? Just regular speed? Does it make a difference? I don't think it will. Dude, Taylor Swift is a total stick in the first place. Bro, she ain't that crazy. She's pretty. She's pretty cool sometimes. I can't say I didn't like some of her songs. I mean, Jeff, look at it this way. For the most part, Taimanin, as times went on, they've become more vanilla. It's like they become like less crazy, to say the least, about these things. It's not much of a surprise there. Ugh. Go get him, Tokiko. Beat his ass. Don't give him his jacket. Oh, we're doing really good today. Oh, wow, this is good. You can't enjoy vanilla. Don't worry, they certainly have that in spades in other places as well. Bro, what the fuck is this? We're kicking ass. No, he used the funny spin. Whee! He's just a little guy. I'm just trying to get my points, dude. I'm just trying to get my points. Please, please stop. You play games to self-insert. What, you've never done that before? You just never put yourself into the game in the first place? It makes it a fun experience. Though some people just don't understand the whole fact of like just play a game to be someone or something else at that point. A bit crazy, I know, but it's like, what can you do? That's 104 million damage. What the fuck was that? The fuck? What is this? What the fuck happened? I barely changed it in the first place. What? What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Spinel, are you seeing this shit? We got 2 million fucking points. What is this? Is this what the fucking difference is between speeding it up and slowing it down? I've never gotten this. What the fuck happened? This is ridiculous. All we did was change to Tokiko and that's it. This is insane. Like, what the fuck? What happened? She did 2 billion damage. She doubled it. What is that? What is that? She did 226 million damage. She did less than 100,000 last time. Holy fuck. Ah, Jeff, I remember that one. That's for the Taba login special for English. It's like I remember when that came, when it was making its rounds, and I was like, oh, it's one of those, it's that kind of banner. I guess I think Yukikaze and Tokiko are on rate up. That'd be a good one to pull for, because I think those units from that banner were actually pretty nice. But it's like, we could talk about it like this, and it's like, oh yeah, from a statistical lookout, Super Cuck Yukikaze version, that was a very good one. She was very usable in most situations, and everybody's else like, what the fuck kind of game is that where you have an event like that? It's literally par for the course for those games. There's nothing crazy about it. That kind of shows how warped the perspective is of like the Taimanin people. Is like, oh yeah, that's just like par for the course, dude. It's like, what did you expect? I'm fucking floored by this. Yeah, it was the NTR Tokiko and the Yukikaze one as well. Of course, it's like, people still bring that up. I see that sometimes, and I'm like, are you serious? It's like, dude, fucking Taba has been like EOS'd for like 3 years at this point. Queen Bee, what is the 3x defense thing? Because it's like, I know we have a ton of defense shred here with Tokiko, and also we have it with Phantasma. Man, this is, I can't believe it. These girls, like I got Phantasma to 83 so I could actually get like the level up package. But it's like, these are just 81 characters. These are so fucking, this is so stupid. What an insanely weird game mode. Where, look at this. We go from 1.2 to 2.3. We effectively doubled what the fuck happened here. Alright, let's go to relay mode. Alright, I think I know I've got my points for the week. Holy fucking shit. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? We don't need this shit. Tokiko, girl. What the fuck are we doing here? This is some bullshit. I love the pregnancy banner in RPGX. Those are really good. Those are good units, and also it's like, I like me some pregnancy. I'm like, go women, you get pregnant. you push out them babies. They have pregnant Asagi. They have pregnant there's pregnant Tokiko. There's pregnancy Kiara. I don't think it was Kiara was pregnant. They had who else? Kurenai, that's her name. Tokiko Gisuke was very good too. I don't like Tokiko, so seeing her in those situations, like, good. You deserve this. You are a horrible woman. He's like, get out of here. You deserve everything that happens here. That's the wonderful thing about Taimanins. It plays into that. Mugen Sukuna. Phantasma, get closer. Get closer, Phantasma. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there, girl. Come on. Good job, Phantasma. Look at you. Always work. She works so hard. She's a working girl, to say the least. That was 8.76. That was before we even got an ultimate off. I'm still floored at the fact that Spinel did 104 million damage off of a critical ultimate. That never fucking happens. Like, the closest I've ever seen was, like, I got Asagi to do, like, a 60 million damage ult once. So then we have Spinel here just, like, doubling that. So, we managed to get 876 on this. What's it gonna take to get to make up the other stuff to get to 1 million? That's my question. Because we don't have Maika's weapon. I'd like to have used that. Because I want someone that's like... Because I want to make something with Asagi, because she's also one of my strongest characters in the game. This is my favorite. I use my favorite outfit all the time, White Almighty. It's like, it was one of the... I think it was the first paid outfit series in the game. It's just so good. It's her Kage form. Well, it's not exactly the Kage form from, like, 2. But it's like, it's the outfit from 3, where she gets the demon powers. You know, Asagi hasn't gotten an outfit in a while. As a long-time registered Asagi fan, I am very angry at the fact that we don't have an outfit for her. She has missed so many. Well, she only has probably, what, the most outfits in the entire game, tied up with, like, fucking Yukikaze and, like, Sakura. It's like, I need more outfits for her. Let's, like, Secret Gift Asiago. Yeah, that's really good. Really great. Where's she at? Like, this is a really nice weapon, but it's like, it's not gonna work here in this. Like, I love Naruku. It's just so hard to use if you're not directly piloting Asagi to, like, maximize your entire stacks all the time. Because, like, this is such a... I don't know how they did it, because it's like, this is such a nice risk-reward weapon, because your damage is doubled. All your damage done is doubled as long as you can keep your stacks up. So it requires you to get better at her as a character. It's like, it's just so good. Like, how the fuck can you do this, like, do it right on the first try? That's a day 1 weapon, too. And it's still her best. How can she slap? How can she slap? Look at that, she's got Booba too. How is this? How are we missing this? How are we missing out on this? Let's see. Let's put some cheaper equipment on there, so we can. Because we need to get cumulatively about to 1 million. That's what I try to get to every week, because it's easy points. And it's like, since it's like the relay version, you just do those a couple times and that's it. Like, I'm not too worried about it. Miss Asagi, you have to work hard. Can you change the color of those? I know. I can't get any other colors for this because I'm gonna lose it. Like, what is it? It's, because I know I was working hard to try to find the darkest color. This isn't even black. It's like really dark green. Like, you can't tell because you can't change the lighting in this, which sucks. Let's try to get a good color. Like, it's the kind of green that you see on something like the like really dark gift wrapping paper, or like a traditional Celtic like birthday gift or something. Because like, it just feels like you can never roll dark enough colors on these things. And then when you see them in game, you just realize, oh, I messed up or something. I think I remember I had to concede with like a brighter color, because I can't, like, it's so hard to roll these. Because we talked about this before, in the sense that it's like they have a specific color gamut that I think these only will go for, and you can't, like, it's either it's just hard to roll for them, or it's impossible to achieve it normally. Sometimes I wish that sheet engine table that lets you modify the colors manually existed. Sure, we'll just take the dark green. Miss Asiago just have to live with it. I like the funny bow that she has on here. It makes our it makes our 38-year-old woman look a lot more youthful. She's my favorite character in the whole series. God damn it, she's gonna look great. On purpose. Alright, we need a debuffer. Miss Shizuru, you know what to do. Let's see, we needed extension. Now we need the incapacitation. No, nobody does it. Nobody does it as well as Mirabelle. Team attack boost and defense down. You literally could not ask for anything better on that. That's like a dream come true for Tokiko. Multi-sided defense down and various different kinds of and various buffs. Like how could you say no? It's good for short fights, it's good for long fights. It's like you get 3 or 4 uses out of it. It's like insanity. Insane. We got Dr. Plappenstein over here, professional rapist. Grip whip. I want to use Lapis because it's like she's really good for this sort of stuff. I know, we'll use Ingrid. Ingrid! Come here, baby girl. We can't use Team Brown Women because we've already used her the first time. You're gonna have to be our hero, Ingrid. I know, you're really good at doing that in the first place, but hey. Oh, cool, it's a protect damage for that one. Since we already used Tokiko, we can't use her again. So... We have our get hurt special. It's actually not that good because now she can't heal her. No, she can heal herself. We have Rakusenka on it. She's a demon. We can use that. Let's keep it really simple. So, where's Onisaki Kirabo? I'd like to use Mirabelle for that. That's actually really nice. Yeah, we could do that. That's for defense down because we don't actually have a lot. We'll have more forms of defense down in the first place. Look at that. Mirabelle is working on the back and the front. My goodness, our baby girl is just like working so damn hard. All right, I need demon powers. I need demon powers, everybody. Where are they? There it is. Okay, keep. Ooh, that's not good. Well, that's already one thing that they can improve on is multi-select. Because it's like the fact now that we are able to see the attributes that put onto the Magatamas themselves is like, that's fantastic. That just like, that warms my heart to see that happen. Why has this been on this weapon forever? It makes me very happy to finally, because like, I mean, I've gotten so used in the first place to have like sorting my Magatamas manually and then finding them. These are just like, it just makes it easier to like sort in the first place. Like, man. These are things games and like, you know, other franchises, you know, have as like a day one feature. We're just now getting this in the first place. So it's like, bro, where is this coming from? It should not have taken this long to get like Magatama attribute sort. Better yet, most games in the first place like this have mark your Magatamas to group them yourself. But I digress. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouse. We could never get this. We could have never gotten this in the entire game's lifetime. Sobe water. Can I put something on there? Let's use like random Magatamas or something. We're not at exactly 120,000, but it'll be something to work towards. I mean, it's gonna be the same set I use every single time. All right, let's go try for another one. Let's see if these girls can bring the heat. We need to hit at least, what is it, 250,000. So, because I want my million. Looking, oh my god, Asagi, you're so beautiful. Oh baby, she's a lady. Okay, Edwin, thanks a lot, bud. You know what, I just realized that I put the wrong skill on Asagi because she gets a lot more benefit. The weapon does much better when you're allowed to use it properly with the Kojinka skill. Oh, poopy. I guess this is like you have to learn to live with your mistakes or something. The face and the body that the face and the body that launched 1,000 ships. Because like, as you know, I'm certain people do not like Asagi to some extent. She's very milquetoast to say the least in some aspects. But it's like, we would not be here today without her. There's something to appreciate with that. That did not. Oh, it's so good. They always make good costumes for Asagi. They don't miss. They never do. 1 in 29. You know what? That probably would have went a lot better if I remembered to put Asagi's correct support on. Ingrid did the most damage because that's what I thought she would do. Because who would have thought that Ignis is just so good? I mean, we got 1,000,000 points. We just barely passed it too. Because what I wanted to use was, it's like Rakusenka didn't do very much for us in the first place. What I was supposed to do was supposed to put on not Munika, it's Senjinka. That would have been great. I forgot that. The Chucky Kurenai, I didn't even put any fucking stuff on her. No wonder she wasn't doing any damage. Look at you, Miss Asiago. Beating enemies through raw strength. But this is like the best supporter in for Total War, because it's the fact that it's like, okay, she heals herself, she also gets more damage when she has lower health because the AI is too stupid to dodge, so let's take advantage of this aspect and make them take more damage. And have enmity, where they take more damage, the more damage they take, the more damage they'll deal. She doesn't have Garrison though, so it's like, whatever. Because I could have gotten this to 4-5, but much like you, Avalon, I too didn't get a copy from like where it was running from. So I have to live with 3-5. And 3-5 is where it eclipses 5-5 SRs. So it's like, oh well. I certainly get my use out of it. And we also saw today that we're using 3-5 Founding 3 on Spinel, and we hit 2.2 million. So it's like, who cares? We're doing just fine. We hit our million. That's okay. So where does that put us for this week? 21 million. Crazy shit. We did not even crack top 500, but we have more than enough points. What would top 500 look like? Oh my god, it's already at like 1 million points. Oh my god. Bros, we can do it. Look at this base motherfucker right here. Top 500 over here has got fucking present Asagi. My man. My N-word. We can do it. We're actually just a little bit short from we can break to top 500 at least for the stream. All we need to do is hit like 44 million. We can do that. This stream is saved in YouTube. Yes, all of my streams, they're in the live tab on the channel, so you can go back and watch the VOD later. So let's see. Who would be a good person for the next round? Oh, I know. We'll use Icy Hot Mom, Astaroth, and we need someone who can deal defense down. Who can do that the best? Actually, let's just use Maika. Because we need a pure strength type. No, I don't want to. Oh my god, that's right. We gotta do that. I wish we had her. No, we'll actually get a copy of her supporter later. Alright, that's fine. We use the funny blade because, you know, we're cool like that. Because that's actually going to make a pretty big difference for us, since unequip from another weapon and put it there. Oh man, oh, I wish I could go to the other weapon and unequip them from them all, so I don't have to spend all that time just equip, unequip. It would, I don't know. It's like the one thing I don't like about Relay is the fact it's like, all right, you're doing it, bro. You gotta equip, unequip, equip, unequip. And the thing is, I have to do this again later when I go do VR stuff. Bad Hawk. Now she doesn't have anything. Machine Booster. Oh wow, she's all over the place, and yet she's just like climbing the ladder with it. Oh, that's right. We have our view options. We're not using them because I don't think I actually have a full two full demon sets made. Because it's like there's one for that. There's machines. We need just enough points to ascend. Ah well. We'll just keep it on there because it's still boosters and stuff like that. Thank goodness we're able to just give them to other characters. Well, since we're allowed to crit, we can get all these the fun supporters out. So we're fighting demons, do that, and then we need Lapis, not Lapis. We need Funny Kiara. She makes the big funny. Oh, she's so good. Oh my god. Actually, yeah, we'll get Mirabelle out there because we'll be running crit boosting for that. Crit boost stinky. Stinky ass crit boosting. Oh, cool. We have 50,000 points again for Astaroth. Let's put them up. Ragnarok herself is always just like, here's the thing, she's good, but it's like, I just don't like the fact that they locked her unique debuff behind the paid package. I hope that's not going to become a regular thing, because that's very painful to say the least. I don't like that sort of trend, and I can feel it coming. Because either the character's bad, and they release a package later on to go fix them, or the character's good, and they make an aspect about them that's paywalled in some fashion. Like I see today, somebody would like, you know, oh, they went and got the thingy about it. It's like, all right, come on in and check it out. It's like I caved and bought the package for this character. I'm like, don't do that. Please don't do that. That's never worth it. It's just bad. It's just bad. Okay. Please don't support those practices. Please don't. Please don't. Skill damage booster. Ooh, I know. Since we'll do that. We don't have any defense down team. So we'll just use... There we go. We'll take it from Asuka. Because at least if there's one thing that she can do is like pelting from a distance. Is the new weapon release for Astaroth any good? Not really. It's you're still going to be using Undying Apophis for VR and in most situations in the first place, because the double cast and the damage boost for staying above 75% health is just way too good. I can understand what they're trying to accomplish with what they're doing with that weapon specifically. Like, it gives crit boost and it reduces, I think, an enemy's critical resistance as well. It's good, but it's like, it could be better. It really could. We need to get her closer. Fire blast. Fire wave. Alright, let's try to at least break into the top. I mean, it's effectively learning how to play them as efficiently as possible with little resources spent. Because I understand the feeling, though. It's like when you finally start getting like stuck, you want to progress, and it's like you feel like you don't have enough resources in terms of characters to really just like go the distance it needs to be. Like, these are really good examples, like from Blue Archive. It's like I don't have a lot of what is it, explosive striker characters, but I have really good teams for like whatever the blue and the yellow are called. Those are doing just fine. I'm not worried about them. My problem mostly lies in the fact that it's like, okay, I've got to take this like janky strategy in the first place to get anywhere. What's Maika doing? Maika's doing exactly what I want her to do, which is staying the fuck away and doing all kinds of good shit. I wonder how many times she's applied burn in the first place. But that's exactly what I like Maika for, is because she stays out of the battle, her projectiles are fast enough too, and she just stays there and does damage. Cool. That's 85,000. Of course, Astaroth is like, look at that. Look at this stuff. She took no damage. This is why I like Maika for VR and putting her as an AI character. It's so good. It's so good. She will take no damage unless something happens to bring the enemy to her. I cannot get enough of that. That's why when I finally noticed the changes they made for her renewal, it made her that much better. And knowing the fact that she's going to be able to get a weapon as like a spook material as for like years to come, fantastic. Really, really good stuff. Oh, it brings a tear to my eye to find out how good she is in the first place. Alright, 109.76. What does that put us? I think that actually puts us exactly at 500. We won't hold this. 165. There we are. Look at that. We sadly had to kick out our boy that was using the Asagi colors, but hey. I mean, this won't last, but it's good enough to have it in the first place. I mean, Maika's effectively just like, she's got a howitzer on her shoulder. She doesn't give a shit about anything. But today, we've got another event. And finally, 2 hours into the stream, we're going to start the event. Thankfully, though, they don't take very long to do. This is the best place to also show off, what do they call that stuff? Oh yeah, how Maika's supposed to play. We get Yojimbo Spica. This is actually really cool because like Yojimbo is a really, really good movie. If you've never seen the movie Yojimbo, it's by Akira Kurosawa. It's the guy who makes the classic samurai movies. It's very, very good. It's the classic story of the drifter that comes into town and he plays the gangs against each other to help assist the locals that have been terrorized by both gangs. It's a really good movie. I think it's 2 hours. Just take an evening and go ahead and watch it. It's really fun. But we've got some reading to do. I know, it's your favorite. It's your favorite, everybody. Who doesn't love reading? But I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom and also go get some more drinks. Ooh. All right. Well, I mean, you go over there to like Japan or something. You go to like, well, if you're going there in October, you should have went there in like December because it's like. No, they have like what? It's in June they have Comiket, and they also have in December as well. That's like the place to go get like the newest Taimanin goods in the first place, because that's where they all come from. All right, everybody, who's ready for story time? Because I sure am. I want to see if they've actually taken the effort to improve their syntax. Let's hope so. It is still refreshing to remember the creation of the Taimanin Task Force to counter global terrorists related to demon organizations, already starting off pretty damn poorly. No, they're not exactly in cons. That's like the newest items, the ones that's like you can just like pick up immediately there. They also have stuff like online on their website, but it's like most of the time you would have to deal with in used goods. So, in terms of like used goods, you have to go to like Mandarake, one of their stores in the first place, because they have a lot of locations there in Tokyo, so I'm sure you can find one there. When it was first organized, due to the cooperation of the Japanese government and the UFS, the task force also cooperated with the UFS. However, after an incident of a UFS congressman nearly being assassinated by a Taimanin, the UFS had been pressuring Japan, holding them responsible. Even so, the cooperation between the two continued, and the UFS deployed their army to Japan for joint training. It was to show the terrorists that they were still strong in bond. And so the Stormcat team, part of the UFS Special Mechanized Division, had been sent here. Oh my god, that's Mirabelle's team. It's gonna be about her. It's Man, M-A-N-D-A-R-A-K-E. It's gonna set it when you write it out. It looks like Mandrake, but it's said Mandarake. They were a team that wore exoskeletons to fight the enemy head on, applied directly to my forehead. They were made up of only women, and their battle records were considered to be the top amongst the UFS army. Oh my god, it's Mirabelle's stuff. Yes. Yes, spicy brown women event. The joint training was being set up, and during its preparation, Stormcat was being deployed to Japan 1 month before training. Everyone thought it was a mistake made on the transport plan, but it wasn't. For the team that had fought countless battles and won, the UFS Army deployed them 1 month before the training for reconnaissance and as a mean of vacation. The shipment of exoskeletons will be after 2 or 3 weeks, so the team who had lived their lives enveloped in missions were at an airport in Japan. Yes, Mandarake does have an online store, but they also have physical locations as well. Because since you're ordering from outside of like, I'm guessing you're in the United States, you're going to get absolutely wrecked in terms of shipping and customs. So if you're going over there to like visit or something like that, just pick it up from there from one of their locations. They have an English website, so it's like you can go over there and you can also see the location where those items are at in one of their stores, so you can actually travel to those locations. It's actually a really great way to like look for stuff. It's a bigger store chain, so it's like they sometimes don't have everything, but it's like I'm sure it's like you can go to other like various other shops and they could have other things as well. But anyways, well though Avalon, it's like next week we're getting like an actual main story update. It's been 6 months since the last one, so let's go. Oh yeah, you have many more customs and also a bunch of taxes too, so shipping there is even worse. But here we are in Japan, Kinki International Airport. Dozens of muscular women were gathered at the airport, which connected the East and West. Oh, Cold War. Their tense looks were not familiar to civilians, creating a heavy atmosphere inside the airport. They all lined up at the airport lobby. However, people with keen eyes would have noticed by now. Their eyes were glistening with curiosity And while they didn't move a muscle, they were constantly looking around with only their eyes. Because what else would they be looking with? Stand still. Don't you dare look around. Oh, yes, ma'am. Captain of the Stormcats, Mirabelle, hollered at her excited team. Oh, yeah, whenever you take something on the plane with you, like, they'll say, do you have anything to declare for customs and everything like that? You show what you do, and you show what you have on there, and you just take it with you. Because it's when you do it as, like, a business and you're taking it through a port or whatever, and it's like, you know, you have to pay the tariffs and taxes to go through there so you can, like, you know, sell your goods. That's why everything is, like, marked up so high in the first place. Because they have to pay for that sort of stuff on their end. They suddenly concentrated on her and calmed themselves down. Now you guys don't forget your purpose. Yes, ma'am. The civilians around were startled at them, but the team didn't care. They were used to being the center of attention, and being calm in all situations was part of their training as well. Then we headed to the rendezvous point. Everyone with me. Yes, sir. The sight of a dozen beautiful women walking out fast from Kinky International Airport was bizarre, but also polished at the same time. That's right, we got the sexy ladies have arrived. The one that stood out the most was the leading tan-skinned woman, Second Lieutenant Mirabelle Bell. Okay, here's the thing that I have with Mirabelle in the first place, is like, I don't like the fact that her last name is Bell, because like obviously everybody just says Mirabelle in the first place, but when you say Mirabelle Bell, I'm like, I hate saying that. It just feels like it just doesn't work. It doesn't roll off the tongue very well, you know. She's the captain of the Stormcat team, and her voice, walking pace, and attitude proved her to be the tough woman she was. Even for Japanese civilians who had zero experience in battle, her dignity and powerful words make her look like an ideal soldier. She headed toward the rendezvous point, and after a few dozen minutes, right after some time had passed from the promised time, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty with outstanding clothes approached them. Whoa, hey, sorry to keep you waiting, homie. I'm Kawanji R. Speaker today. I'm your guide. I remember seeing this, because it's like, they didn't do the text wrapping properly. It almost feels like they put a space here at the end, and the Y got cut off. So she's Speaker, but who is Toda E? I don't know who that is. Jesus was Chinese. Jesus Hong. Don't know where everybody got the Christ from. She was speaking Japanese, but sounded different. She stood next to Mirabelle after introducing herself. What are those silly clothes you're wearing in private? Yikes, you speak Japanese very well. As part of our operation, I learned the basics of local language to build trust within, but you speak weirdly. It's a dialect. It differs from region to region in Japan. No way. So a dialect is like an accent from that region. Am I correct? We have that in English, and probably most countries. No way. Mirabelle seemed to be awed by Speaker's confident explanation, but she soon came back to her senses and asked and clapped back at her. Even with little to no experience in Japanese society and having learned basic Japanese at base, she knew that Speaker's explanation for dialect was awkward. No matter. What's with the outfit anyway? It's a Japanese samurai outfit. The costume used to be trending amongst men a while ago. That's a lie. I've only seen them in movies. She thought so, but didn't say it out loud since there were some Taimanins who wore a similar costume. Ooh, the savage hunter Igawa Asagi and Fuma Katara also used the katana. Maybe I'm the one who doesn't know well, and these clothes are common here. Mirabelle was a UFS soldier whether she liked it or not. Even if she studied the culture, she knew she was weak in knowing their common sense. She decided not to point out Speaker's fancy outfits as it could be part of Japanese culture. Thank you for understanding. I was here first, so it's customary to greet you in a Japanese fashion. Speaker, wearing a kimono, or a hakama of sorts, proudly held her head high. Guonji R. Speaker. Born from a UFS father and a Taimanin mother, she was in Japan before them as part of a UFS Special Forces. Her mission was to connect between the UFS and Japanese organizations like this time. So her outfit was also for the mission, a better cooperation between these two. Right now, the UFS and Japan aren't doing well together. That's why the frontline armies must trust each other. Spica thought knowing both countries' culture and spending time with them would be the best way. She picked this outfit to introduce Japan to the Stormcats, a team associated with the stubborn UFS army. Oh goodness. It's like, there we go. It's like that's the classic U.S. Army situation. It's like, yes, we're a bunch of, what is it, the block-headed strong army that just bulldozes their entire competition. Oh, she's wearing a kimono, right? That's a katana. It's so sharp it cuts through the exoskeleton armor like butter. I hear there are lots of gourmet streets in Japan. I want to taste original ramen here after the mission. The team lost their tense atmosphere when they saw Spica and started to chat. Everyone seemed to have high hopes for Japan, the land of subculture. You seem you guys have already forgotten about why we're here in Japan. Oh, now, don't worry, I've heard all about your mission. Let's visit various places around here before the joint training and relax a bit. For that, Spica, will lead you to a place where you can enjoy life to the fullest. The team brightened up at Spica's words, so Mirabelle couldn't say nothing more. The mission was important, but so was taking care of them. Well, they're not so much like clones. There probably are like clones in the first place to one, save resources, but also it's like they probably have, you know, like a uniform that they wear. They just look very similar. They just that's also a new asset in the first place that's only been introduced here, so I guess they're probably going to be doing something with those later. I guess we spent time always in battle, mission after mission. This is also a vacation after all, so that's probably why we were sent here earlier than expected. It's a hurry up and wait situation, so if you're going to help, then okay. Hurry up and wait. It was a situation where all preparations were done, but the real deal was delayed, being put on hold. The Stormcats are ready for battle at any time, but the real training was after 3 weeks. Well, maybe it's important to recharge a bit. It was after that. With an explosion that shook the entire airport, the glass shattered from around the building. A moment later, the civilians started screaming. Everybody, get ready for battle. The Stormcats and Spica were swift. Their excitement disappeared immediately, and everyone readied their non-lethal weapon, taking cover. Oh, we're playing Nikki now. The weapons were ordinary stuff that could be bought at the mart. But it was only in the hands of a soldier that they would turn into weapons that they could suppress riots without killing anybody. That's right, we're going to use Maika for this one because she's her extreme destructive power will just like destroy them instantly. East lobby secure, 2 terrorists down. West staircase secured. 1 terrorist down, he has firearms. Oh, okay, good. There's no such thing as fingerprint locks on their weapons. We could use them. Oh, no way. It's Metal Gear Solid 4 all over again. With the guns that are like written explicitly to that soldier and everything. It's a dumb concept, but it's like amazing. Metal Gear Solid 4 is like what? I think 16, 17 years old now, and we're still doing this whole fingerprint lock things on guns. It's terrible. Is it okay for you to use those crude weapons? No problem, but minimize shooting to avoid misfire. Rogai. I know it's yokai. We'll surround the main lobby from the east. We're going in from the west. Second floor secured, snipers in position. Good. We'll take the main lobby swiftly. Leave that to me. Is that katana real? It wasn't a decoration. There's a saying, when a Taimanin steps out of the door, 7 enemies appear. Always be ready and check your gear when you go outside. I see. That's why you Taimanins are always wearing fancy clothes. However, you're a part of our operation, so you must follow my orders. Sure. There's nothing worse than moving alone when you're facing an army. Good. The situation is back at hand. We're taking them down in 5 minutes. She went out and did a rocket jump. Maika, you're so cool. Nope, the projectiles aren't that much faster. They just look better. Sadly, the only way to get that weapon is to use her, is to get the package for her. Believe me, it's not worth $45 for the skin. Situation clear. Any casualties? East team all accounted for, no injuries. Second floor team all accounted for, none injured. After the team members reported in, Mirabelle turned her rifle's safety on. Ooh, that was quite a greeting. But in Japan, these terrorist attacks are frequent now. It's not good, Spica. The terrorist attack from Momochi Toyo and his fall. After that, the individual terrorist groups calling themselves the heir of Momochi Toyo appeared, wreaking havoc. The underlings go rogue after their leader is gone. Typical story. It's not a funny one for civilians getting caught in the attacks. Looking around, there was no harm done, except the collateral damage from the first attack, thanks to Mirabelle's team. Still, there were civilians caught up in the first explosion, and the international airport had to change their schedule today. Change their schedule? What do you mean? That place is going to be closed for like 4 days. They gotta do like a whole ass investigation and like repair everything. These terrorists don't care about others. Scumbags. Oh, I agree. The Japanese task force is sending its primary assets abroad for global operations. That's why domestic terrorist attacks are hard to deal with directly. Terrorist threats in and out. It's a situation difficult for the UFS as well. If we know their base of operations, we can wipe them out to reduce their attacks. That still doesn't solve anything because it's one part physical and it's another part ideology. Another terrorist organization would rise in a few years anyways. It always happens. The terrorists were also people who were dissatisfied with the current government or world order, but as Mirabelle saw the civilians crying from the terror, she thought there was no justice in it. Anyways, now what? I don't want to wait for the police to arrive and ask us for details. The Japanese police would also feel complicated with the UFS Special Forces team coincidentally on the scene saving the day. That's actually a very true aspect, because if there's anything that like governments like to do is fight for claiming the responsibility of a good event that happened or a bad event that happened. They either don't want it or do want it. Because obviously like the UFS team over here just like swept and cleared like no problem. And it's like Japan would like to claim the situation they defeated the terrorist act. But it's like at the same time the US would as well. Well, the higher-ups would do something about it. Spica joined the team and headed outside the airport while saying such a thing. It's a bit tight, but don't worry. This Japanese car is sturdy and stable. Even if this is a Japanese wagon, all those people won't fit in it. After fitting in the entire team by force, Spica turned the engine on and started the car. Do you know how to drive? Oh, don't worry. I haven't gotten in a car accident or violated the law before. Another question. Are you allowed to drive? I got my license in the UFS. I also updated to an international license, so don't worry, okay? And so the wagon full of Stormcats drove out of the airport still in smoke. Do you know how to drive? What? No way. I got my license. Yeah. As the wagon drove along the road for a while, a city in the middle of the sea could be seen. It was an artificial island in the Kansai province. We're heading there? Yes. We've reserved a hotel, so I'm going to give you guys a tour of the island. The data I've seen and the site I'm seeing now don't match. Which city is that? She remembered seeing it on a UFS database, but from a view on the bridge, so she couldn't tell what city it was. What's that place called? Amidahara. That's where we're headed. Good old Amidahara. Great places to see. Oh man, is the bonus still on for skill points? That's awesome. That's actually really great. That means we're probably going to get Maika like raised up pretty quickly today too. We're going to probably just strictly farming with her. The Swaggin' Wagon headed out towards the city built on an artificial island. It was the biggest city in Kansai, where the UFS and Chinese Union fought over its control in the past. and where crime syndicates still stand tall. No way! Oh, it's just like Yakuza. Amazing. That's Yakuza 0 if I ever saw it. But even with all the crime, the city maintained its law, which made it okay to stay. Whoa, a Japanese hotel. There's a weird doll dancing. Something smells good. My mouth is watering. The beautiful interior of the hotel and a doll dancing under the eaves of a shop and the smell of fried pancakes flowing into the lobby. The team was interested in those things as the check-in of the hotel proceeded. Well, I guess it is a fairly quiet city. Find this. There it is. Yeah, it's a very specific callback in the first place. We are going to Amidahara, but it's like of all things, Taimanin and Asagi too, because they always like to go back to like 1 and 3 because they're like, you know, they're very important things to the story. But it's like 2 is important. It still has stuff in the first place. Mirabelle smiled bitterly as she smelled blood and gunpowder in the first place, which she was used to as a UFS soldier. The other Stormcats were enjoying themselves but didn't drop their guard. Amidahara is a city that where the UFS and Chinese Union fought over in the past, from what I recall. Mirabelle and the team knew about Amidahara from the UFS database, but they didn't know how things were going on nowadays. The UFS didn't want to leave information about a city where they and the Chinese Union fought but achieved nothing. Oh man. And how it became Kansai's biggest crime city after the criminals had taken place there. I can explain more tomorrow morning. Today, you go rest. Use the hotel. Spica gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly, and finished checking in at the hotel. The Stormcats feasted on the local food, and because of the long trip and the consecutive battles, they slept like a rock. The next day, we used this hotel last time when we were on a mission, and the breakfast here is superb. Spica led them to the hotel restaurant. A buffet for the hotel customers were ready, and the team, who usually ate military rations, glistened their eyes at the various dishes. Oh, we can eat all this? Well, it's bad manners to take more than you can chew, so let's take it slow. We can have lunch here as well. I'll show you another place for lunch. Oh, and don't pack the food and take it someplace else. I see. Hold on, it's just a buffet. What are you guys surprised at? Oh, we were just swept away in the mood, you know, hun. Guilty as charged. As speaking, the Stormcats were having a convo. Oh, I wondered which organizations you newcomers were from. And by the looks of it, UFS? Dressed up like a samurai, huh? There's a lot of you. I guess the UFS just can't do anything alone. Men who smelled like trouble came looking for a fight. They were armed, so they acted tough. Oh, who are they? Let's see. From the looks of it, local mafia? Japanese thugs. They don't seem like the presence of UFS soldiers here. The Stormcat team were listening to the man, but they didn't show any reactions. In the army, their superior officers often said to more harsh things to them, so they certainly were mentally trained. And even though the opponents were acting tough, they didn't seem aggressive on them. Everyone realized it was just a taunt. Yeah, I'm the captain here. Okay, of this team right here. Second Lieutenant Mirabelle Bell. State your issue. We just don't like foreigners in our town. Get lost, military dog. Oh, I understand the feeling, not liking a foreigner in your town. I don't like it if an army from another country steps into our door. But we're on vacation here. What's that bit from Oni Plays from Blue Stinger? It's like, I'm on vacation. I'm just here to cooperate with you on your country. We'll move along after we finish eating. I hope you understand. As Mirabelle made her statement, no wait, oh my god, she just did it. She literally just said, guys, she does the classic Jackie Chan move. I don't want no trouble. I don't want no trouble, guys. As she made her statement, the thugs' faces went red because they almost fell for her persuasion. That weapon. Aren't you the Japanese thugs that went under the Chinese Union organization? Speaker remembered where they were from. They were bought by the Chinese Union last week. They were quite a force in Amidahara, but they gave in to money. Their superiors were bought with money, and the people below them didn't even get a chance to fight. That's why they're taking out on foreigners. Oh, shut up. We're not defeated by money. Money, money, money. It's better to die fighting for the organization rather than get paid off. You're making me mad. Amidahara became this hell pit because you and the Chinese Union fought in the first place. Blue Stinger is terrible in the first place. It's a fun, like, you know, Resident Evil ripoff, but even then it's not that good at it in the first place. It's just funny to hear. It's like it was a Dreamcast release title from what I remember. So it's like there are better Dreamcast games out there. Who knows? Maybe we could probably say some Dreamcast stuff. I've always wanted to play Illbleed on here because that's a fun game. That's a fun game to not only just like be bad at, but also be good at too. Because like half the fun is just like dying in so many crazy ways. The men took out their weapons, forgetting that they were in a hodl. They didn't bring big guns, but when they pointed their guns, civilians started screaming. Yeah, these bastards are the new recruits of the opposite organization the team leader was talking about. And I knew something fishy was going on when foreigners entered Amidahara this time. The men expressed killing intents. Mirabelle's team knew nothing about what they were saying, but the thug pulled the trigger. But they chose the long place. The long place. Right before he pulled the trigger, Mirabelle snatched the gun out of his hand and dismantled it instantly. Oh my god, she's the boss. From Metal Gear Solid 3. Neutralize them. Yes, sir. With minimum ordering and answering, they started to take down the bad guys, pulling guns out in front of civilians. That was also part of the task for the UFS Army. As the great Ted DiBiase would say, everybody has a price. You bought it, I bought it, he bought it, my whole family bought it. No, that's Oh, I'm losing it in my mind. I forget who said that. Vince McMahon said that one. Oh my god, Vince! You son of a bitch! You bought it! He bought it! Even my immediate family bought it! I mean, there's no reason to hear from the Chinese Union in the VN in the first place. Because most of the action is restricted to, like, mostly local Japanese stuff. It's only, I think, in 3 when they start really expanding that sort of stuff. Because it's like, even then in 3, it's like they, the UFS, because like they introduced that with Asuka, and they are much more involved with that in the first place. Like Jeff has it right there. It's like, in Taiman Asagi 2, the Chinese Union is subsequently introduced and forgotten. There's a... Action Taimanin has done more with the Chinese Union aspect than, in the last 5 years, than all of the entire time of that time in Asagi 2 has been out in circulation. There's just much more to do in Action Taimanin with the Chinese Union than there was in there. Like, it gives a lot of lore with inside of AT about them in the first place, because I guess it's like, maybe it's like a scrapped idea or something, and they just decided like, we're going to use that in this game. It's like, yeah, go ahead, because we certainly have enough UFS information in the first place. But I digress. Everybody outside the hodl now. Mirabelle ordered after hearing Spica's voice, and the Stormcat team, who were about to take down the thugs in a few seconds, moved out. After they gathered outside, Mirabelle asked Spica, "What were you thinking? A little more and we would have secured the safety of the hotel." "No, there are more of them on the second floor, so..." As soon as she said that, a black sedan rushed in from across the street. "I thought the reinforcements would come soon." "I see. Reinforcements from the outside would prepare bigger guns." "Captain, here's a map of the surroundings." "Got it. From now, we retreat where we can fend off the ambush. Perhaps here on the map. Let me guide you this way." Spica ran from the front, guiding Mirabelle's team. She was fast because she was a half Taimanin, but the Stormcats were also trained to go over human limits. They followed Spica's guidance through the complicated alleyways and soon shook off the thugs. Wow, you could almost say that Spica and Mirabelle gave those guys the thug shaker, am I right? I see. Then I wanted to ask, why is a Japanese gang attacking us? They attacked us inside the hotel, and it doesn't look normal. Oh, that, I'm sorry. On the last mission, the hotel was owned by a Japanese company, so it was on neutral ground. Spica fidgeted with her phone and went on a depressed voice. Well, it seems that the company was related to their organization. That means when they got bought by the Chinese Union, the hotel must have too. Then I understand they hate the Chinese organizations, but why are they attacking us? The UFS, they're just taking it out on us. Mirabelle is questioning as to why they weren't blaming the Chinese Union who bought their gang, and Spica answered. The reason of becoming weak in the first place is because of a UFS organization. So maybe they just don't like, the American people. Attacking a UFS citizen because they were attacked by a UFS organization was still just a tantrum. Spica shrugged her head, having nothing more to say, but the Stormcats are already on to the next objective, how to take care of the enemy. Captain, the back alley has poor sight and lots of places to hide. How about we take him out here? No, we're here to be prepared for a joint training with the Japanese Taimanin. I don't want to cause any more trouble. They had already gone through a terrorist attack at the airport. If they step into more problems, it would be more trouble for the UFS. Suppressing a terrorist attack and protecting civilians at the hotel. Even if those actions were based on goodwill, Mirabelle as the captain understood that those actions would not always lead to benefit of their country. That's right, I'm not the one to say here, but I agree on getting out of the situation first. I agree, but can we make it out safely? You can count on me. I memorize the surrounding town like the back of my hand. Spica slammed her massive chest confidently, but that reaction made her look a little bit more sus. Feeling uneasy, Mirabelle followed Spica. She had a map but wasn't good with the local geography, so she had no choice to follow Spica for now. But following led them straight into Chinatown, where the base of operations for the gangs chasing them was placed. If they came out of the alley and headed to a crowded place, they could blend in with the locals. But that worked only when people didn't know about the regional situation. Spica, why the hell are we surrounded? It's only been a few minutes after Mirabelle and the others exited the alley, but the civilians slowly moved away from them and they were surrounded. Oh, we lost you at the hotel, but not this time. You came into our base all the way on your own. Your base? They beat a Japanese gang until recently. Do you think you remember they said the Chinese Union bought them out? I thought it'd be easier to escape to their base while all their people were out of the hotel, given that there were so many there, but I didn't know they were increased in numbers after the merge. No, you didn't. Spica, who had been making excuses and slurring the end of her sentences, looked like she was about to cry after Mirabelle's cold remark. Yeah, it's like there's several anticipated characters left at this point, even from like the top 10 of that poll, because we still have Clone Yukikaze, Clone Asagi, Mary, what else? The boner lady that's comes in this event, Mirabelle obviously, and I don't know what else then, because there's still a few more characters left from that top 10 section that they could do. Who knows, maybe they'll end up releasing their own special character as well. Because like Big Boob's Chinese lady, it's like Zuyan or something. She is, I wish she got in. It's like, she seems like a cool character in the first place. But yes, you are right though, the trend is like, they release the support for the character and they become playable. It's usually like the most recent limited supporter too. So in this case, it would be Mirabelle. And that actually works out for the most part. Reika is anticipated because she's like the funny whip user with who's a massive dick. And she's like if she gets in, she'd be one of like the only other characters with a penis in the first place. So it's like, it's funny. It's like she's also a pretty cool character in the first place. Oh, look at this. Rizmaster Mirabelle. That crying face doesn't make you look cute. At all. Ooh, are you mad at me? Don't worry. I'm not mad at you. I just don't know what to say. Oh, which one's worse? As they spoke, the thugs pointed their shakers at them, and this time they even deployed drones. However, the Stormcats remained calm, as the guns were not aimed well and the drones didn't show any precise movements. In other words, they were armed, but they weren't dangerous. I don't want to act out too much, but what else can we do? If we don't deal with the threat, we'll end up causing unnecessary damage. We can handle them with our weapons. Everyone be careful not to get hurt by this. Yes, sir. Mirabelle and her team perfectly analyzed the enemies. At the same time, it was her duty as the captain to give proper orders, even though they knew how much stronger they were. I'll do my best to make amends for my mistakes. Shouting out loud, Spica wielded her sword and charged towards the thugs. I mean, they know, like, the big old tit cow characters sell. There's just some, you know, there's flat characters I would like to get in the game because they're like thematically interesting or something. It's not anything crazy. Are they like deathly afraid to give Felicia a renewal, a character who so desperately needs one? Because Maika came out after Felicia in the first place. So it makes me wonder, like, okay, well, you guys can go right ahead. It's like, let's give her some information. Let's upgrade this character. Whoa. Monday, realize what I gotta do. Yeah, Ayame is a sniper character, so she more or less play like Trigger from Zenless Zone Zero. And even then, Trigger is like an off-field character. So it's like, it would be a weird situation like for a character who uses like a heavy caliber sniper rifle and now has to move with insane agility and everything like that. Enemies suppressed. All clear. Well, at least with Hisui, she has Guardian, which is something that's like that was implemented really nicely. So I didn't mind that too much when she was introduced. Well, Felicia is like Felicia's in a very strange situation because like she's fallen off very hard because once we finally got a dedicated healer in the game in the form of like when we finally got Lapis in the first place, who is a dedicated healer and like massive tank, it's like it effectively obsoleted Felicia in the first place, which really sucks. Because it's like Felicia's a very like fun character in the first place. She's effectively like a Mitsuki from Blue Archive, but she is the original. But Felicia's the original. But even then, it's just like I just hate seeing a characters like I like that just get fallen off to the wayside. It's like, come on, I'd like Felicia to be just better. Well, I mean, it's like Felicia's was a conditional heal in the first place. Lapis just does it better because she has the passive, like, Lapis doesn't even need to be in the general area to heal. She just has to use her skills, and she heals herself. That's it. She's not worried about anything. She's effectively invincible if things go correctly. Which is why she's such a immense benefit to any team that she gets put into. I mean, yes, you do take a bit of a damage hit if you go straight healing, but it's also like you also have two other characters at the same time who can do insane damage. It's like Felicia, you're just in such a bad place right now. I hope they also give a renewal to Sora this year. That's one that I'd be really excited for. Oh well. We tied the enemy leader. He's unconscious but isn't hurt. I've destroyed the drones. They can't track us as precisely as they did before with this. After confirming that the enemy forces were neutralized and the aftermath was handled, Mirabelle's eyes landed on a nearby vehicle. Mirabelle was familiar with the vehicle. It must be stolen from UFS. It was bulky enough to carry a few people, and it even could have firearms. We have our vehicle right here. Somebody check if it's bugged or has GPS trackers. I'll do it. Destroy the tires on the other vehicles. We need to destroy any means of pursuit as much as possible. Understood. As Mirabelle quickly gave orders, the squad followed it at once. Ooh, I'm a little hungry now. Having 2 battles consecutively without having breakfast is hard. I've been starved before, but it's certainly not the first time. Nevertheless, Maika and the squad inevitably felt hunger when they recalled the image of the nice breakfast prepared in the hotel. We destroyed the communication devices, and with the enemy's jamming devices, we could buy some time. They wanted to isolate us, but now look how the tables have turned. Although we don't have any reinforcements since we just landed in Japan. Destroying an enemy base, even when you're isolated. I guess the title you have is an elite UFS army team, which is not a name. Oh no, we're in this situation because of a single guide. We genuinely feel that we still have a long way to go. Right before ranger training, we set up a situation where we are stranded on an enemy's turf and go harsh on ourselves. If your guide had that purpose, I can say it was successful. Oh yeah, haha, yippee! Oh, that's totally. Look at that speaker. It's like that's totally what I meant. Haha. The vaguely sarcastic comments indicating that they got in this situation because of Spica probably came out as she was starving. It's like, well, I mean, that's what happened in the first place. Well, thanks, Spica. You got us in this situation. I hope you can get us out. But she also thinks it was her fault as the captain, which is why she didn't try to hit Spica nor raise her voice. That's... wow. Hold on a second. This is actually a really cool situation because the vaguely sarcastic comments indicating that they got in the situation because of Spica probably came out as she was starving. But she also thinks it wasn't her fault because as the captain, it's her responsibility to lead her team, which is why she didn't even try to hit or raise her voice at Spica. She feels equally responsible because she had to take the lessons right here. She could have said no and taken her own way and defeated them right then and there. But more or less she followed the directions of her. They realize it's a mutual situation, that we literally could have done better and this would have not happened at all. That's actually a very odd moment because it's like it's a very adult decision. Very cool. That's like a writing thing. It's not that much a writing thing. It's like that's very nice to see that they oh shit, that they actually considered that sort of thing in the first place. I should have researched Japan more thoroughly. It's my fault to put them in this situation by easily believing the guide. Anyway, we cannot stay in Amadahara any longer. We should get the hell out of here. Alright, we go straight to Gosha then? Spica did not object to that. If everything you plan goes wrong, you think this is not your day. The vehicle is safe to use. All electronic devices are intact. Good, everybody get on. We're gonna get out of this hellhole. As Mirabelle shouted, the whole squad got in the vehicle without a second thought. The vehicle, which was driven by Spica, again departed. Right after the departure, a spark crackled where a bullet hit during the battle. A spark crackled where a bullet hit during the battle just before, but no one in the car noticed it. Ah, that's where the tracking device was. It was inside the bullet. You have to curve the bullet. Ooh, we're in a tunnel. Everybody alright? We're all good over here. The hunger strikes me harder than the physical exhaustion, though. According to the map, they were halfway to Gosha. Earlier, Spica said they would head straight to Gosha, but Gosha is a hidden village of ninjas. So they were actually headed to Masaki City, where they would meet an usher who would take them to Gosha. However, after having battles skipping breakfast, and then traveling without relaxing their vigilance, fatigue had accumulated. They got some snacks at a convenience store on the way, but those were just some bread and onigiri, which is not nearly enough for soldiers who do hardcore physical labor. Now, what bad luck. Everything about this mission has gone wrong from the start. Going through a terrorist attack on the day of their arrival to Japan, they had to skip breakfast of the hotel because some thugs attacked them. And this time, every convenience store they went to didn't have enough items. Spica, why don't you take some rest? I'll go drive. No, I'm your guide. I should do this. No worries. You did too. You didn't have breakfast. You're fighting and driving. You gotta be exhausted. Besides, considering that they had been unlucky all along, no one would be surprised if they had a car accident. Somehow, I keep thinking about bad luck. Normally, I don't believe things I can't see. At the next convenience store, Mirabelle and Spica switched seats. Of course, they couldn't find enough food to eat. Gotta be on purpose. Several hours later, now how's Spica? She's asleep, must have been very tired. Obviously, her lack of research is accountable for the damage, but I do feel sorry for her. She didn't want to blame Spica, but Spica must have felt sorry for it. The blonde samurai, a physically powerful Taimanin, was on her guard long enough to fall asleep from its fatigue. Mirabelle felt a little sorry for having it unintentionally speaking harshly to her. At that moment, the car's steering wheel became heavy, and Mirabelle saw black smoke around the rear wheels through a rearview mirror. Is this broken? This thing should be sturdy as it is a military vehicle. How do they treat this? Mirabelle pouted, pulling over to the side of the road. When she checked the rear wheel, there was a small hole. She immediately noticed it was a bullet hole at first glance. Is it from the battle at Amadahara? Why didn't I notice it before we departed? And if this is the case, thank God it took us here so far. Black smoke was fuming out of the hole, and she could see sparks crackle inside it. The electronics were damaged, but it managed to take him here. Alright, there's a shopping district on the way here. Maybe I can fix the car there. Let's check the GPS in the car. Could you do that for me? We'll try to fix it with the tools we have. They were on strange Japanese soil, but decided to get through the situation with the tools they had. We're supposed to be there by evening, and I'm afraid we might be late. Although she called the usher earlier through Spica because they couldn't act as if they were traveling, since they went through a terrorist attack in a series of situations. At this rate, she couldn't be there on time. They could get to Misaki City using the GPS in the car, but now that said car was broken, they had to find a place to fix it and think about a place to rest in the meantime. As Mirabelle's team didn't have that information on foreign soil, they couldn't take action when things were out of schedule. What a shameful moment to the mighty Stormcats. As she was mocking herself, the agent who was checking on the GPS got out of the car. I found a repair shop a few miles back. Good, did you also check how we can get there? Of course, set the course on the GPS. I believe the vehicle can go a few miles more, but I'm afraid we may have to push it just before we can reach the shop. Should we just walk? No, I don't know what happened next. We need prepared means of transportation we can use. That means you must stop by a gas station first. Mirabelle's squad was about to get up out the vehicle, but then they felt someone was watching them, so they remained outside as naturally as possible. Captain, are those... Yeah, they're watching over there. Are those just passerbys? Mirabelle's squad noticed that they were being watched. While the squad was talking about repairing the car, someone kept glancing at them on the other side of the road. Who's that? I don't think they're soldiers. They looked like amateurs. They didn't even try to hide the fact that they were watching. All the members noticed it, but still, they didn't even try to hide, which made it clear that they were amateurs. For a while, the strangers kept checking their faces while fiddling with the mobile device. Then suddenly they pulled out guns from their pockets. Okay. Guns? Mirabelle shouted, and the whole squad moved to hide themselves in the shadow of the car. It was true, I heard some UFS bitches were in Amadahara, but I didn't think you would be all the way here. So this time, you'll destroy our turf? Not on my watch. Get everybody over here. The thugs shouted sharply and gave orders through a mobile device. They had an accent for sure, so Mirabelle's squad couldn't translate properly. They are hostiles, and I believe they ordered to gather more people over the mobile device. It's hard to understand their accents. You, shoot that mobile device down. Someone take a position to cover for her. Yes, ma'am. I'll cover. Mirabelle's squad was armed with the items they retrieved from the terrace at the airport, and some firearms from the thugs they defeated at Amadahara. As soon as she picked the right gun for sniping, she took the shot without any hesitation. The other side of the road was more than a few dozen meters away, but she destroyed the mobile device at once. Did you just shoot me? The reinforcements will be here at any moment. We must protect what's ours. I just wanted to fix the car and go to Gosha, man. Should we take them down? No, we don't have many bullets. I don't want to make more enemies by engaging in an unnecessary fight. but we are not sure how far we can go with this broken car. I guess it can't be helped. Wake Spica up and escape to that back alley. Oh, I thought they were in like in the countryside or something. They must be like outside like the city limits or something. They are outside the city limits. Austin city limits. I like that show. I like it a lot because it's a really good place to watch like old live sets from like various artists. I think the show is still going on for the most part. It's a good place to like watch for like country music as well. The robot spiders are okay. The robot spiders are much more tolerable than the what do you call them? The laser drones, because they usually come in together in groups. Because like the spiders will just swarm you, and then it's like you get distracted by the spiders, and then get shot in the back by those lasers, which stun you for like 5 seconds, and it's a hard stun too. You can't do anything to mitigate that, so you're just like you get totally fucked up by them. Are they still chasing us? Those guys are better than the ones before. They sure are. Although I think we could take them down in less than 3 minutes if we were certainly equipped. Shoulda, woulda, coulda there, Agent A. Come on now. You sound like a bluffing loser when you say that when you don't even have enough firearms. Get him, Mirabelle. You tell him how it is. While joking around, Mirabelle and her team dashed through the complicated alleyways. Many thugs were chasing them, but being many in numbers limited their actions in the narrow back alley. I don't know they would gather so fast like this. Maybe their base is close. Alright, what was the name of the gang around here? Though confused from just waking up, Spica desperately tried to sort things out. But as bullets were fired from behind them as if they were preventing her from doing so, Mirabelle quickly pulled Spica, the blonde samurai, into the shadow of a wall. As Mirabelle's squad stopped, the thugs hid themselves in the shadow too, being vigilant for a counterattack. We don't want to fight. There's gotta be a misunderstanding. No, there isn't. You can't fool us. You destroyed our main base. Our friends surrounded the area. You can't escape this time. Right after that, the thugs started shooting. However, they couldn't hit anyone since Mirabelle and the others were hidden in the shadows. There goes negotiations. If they are in alliance with the organization we met before, their size is really huge, Miss Mirabelle. Nonetheless, they're just a bunch of amateurs who happen to be armed. It was just a few dozen seconds, but the Stormcats were already taking action while they were talking. Some climbed up the wall and got on the roof of the building to take position for sniping and waited for Mirabelle's orders. That was fast. Back alleys or jungles are where we eat. They are many, but don't take advantage of the surroundings, which is convenient for us. She could feel the thugs gathering, but they didn't seem to want to take the high ground. Even for a back alley, securing high ground is a battle strategy 101. That's why the Stormcats went to the rooftop and secured positions for sniping. But this isn't good. You're talking about the situation, right? I am. We were attacked in Amadahara because of a misunderstanding, and we coincidentally crushed the organization. I think we need to talk first to set things straight. In the meantime, shots were fired when Mirabelle and Spica were hiding. I don't think they want the same thing as you do. That's why I said it was not good. When we came to Japan to attend joint training with the Taimanin Task Force, but at this rate, we're going to destroy the other irrelevant gang group. We're going to destroy another irrelevant gang group. And I don't want to submit another written apology. Then, Mirabelle ordered the rest of the squad who were still on the ground to fight back. At the same time, the thugs' reinforcements who surrounded them from all directions started to attack. However, as the thugs started to fire, the snipers on the roof neutralized them unilaterally. What? How come we were attacked from above? Did they have reinforcements? Where did they come from? It's also a strategy to deploy some of your team to have the enemy think we have reinforcements. Take them down immediately, but don't kill anyone. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, man, these enemies got hands. They're smarter than you think. Sometimes I wish they had like little AI updates to some of the enemies. Some of the enemies and some of the characters as well. Because I would really like for some of these other characters to, you know, use skills that I would like them to use. Like, I honestly think it would be like one of the biggest updates they would have ever done if they did like a straight up AI overhaul. Because some characters don't use skills, some characters do. And the long and the short of it, it's just like, it's annoying to say the least when it's like they keep fucking up or something. Like today. Like today, it's like, you know, we were doing Total War, and we used Maika in there. All Maika would do is just fire death from above and use her basic attack string. That's it. She didn't use any of her other skills or anything like that. It's just, it's annoying to say the least when it's happening. Oh shit, fall back, fall back! Don't think this is the end. We will protect our territory. We don't need your territory. Oh well. I think it'll be easier to fight them than correct their misunderstandings. Ooh, I'm exhausted. After a while, the snipers on the roof came down. No more reinforcements, ma'am. The hostiles are all retreated. I see, then let's go back to the vehicle. We need to repair it to have it to work. Oh, judging by the current state, I will need to push it on the way. Watch your words, they're gonna come back to haunt you. Then all the squad members shut their mouths, probably because they felt it's been disaster after disaster. When they came back to the vehicle was, heavy-heartedly, oh, excellent. They found the vehicle on fire. The thugs must have torched it so Mirabelle and the others couldn't escape. Oh, well, all our belongings were in it. Mirabelle didn't stand frozen, but this reliable female soldier realized how heavy-hearted she was as she thought about what was to come. Alright, let's extinguish the fire first. If we can't put out the fire here, it'll be on us. She thinks if they keep being unfortunate, as they have been, next time, the whole Japanese government will turn its back on them. Shuddering at how the thought that she didn't seem like a joke, Mirabelle gave instructions to her squad to put out the fire. The fire went out, of course, but it was after all their belongings were burnt. Well, I feel bad we don't have a vehicle now. Everyone, do you have anything left? Luckily, all the things in the vehicle were just everyday items they could purchase from locals, such as clothes. They didn't grow broke since they always had their cards or cash with them. Well, this could be a good opportunity. I have to admit, I've been thinking that naively that this could be our average holiday. I'm sure these series of events are a punishment for having thought such things, but what can we expect to bear with it? Spica, do you know the way to Misaki City? I don't want any more of this, I just want to go home. Yeah, let's go home. So how do we get to Misaki City? As Mirabelle asked, gently shaking Spica's shoulders, she pointed her finger in a direction saying, that way. Okay, let's go walk. Do we have to? What other option do we have? So the UFS Army marched towards Misaki City as if it was training, though they had the least firearms and equipment. Yes, we have to. There was no other way for Spica but to walk behind the Stormcat team. There she is. Hasuma Reiko, a teacher of the Taimanin boot camp, Gosha Academy, was waiting for the UFS soldiers as soon as she heard they arrived. They said they would be late, but did something happen? At first she was told that it would take some days for them to come, since they go sightseeing in Japan. But today, she was told to wait for them, and their ETA changed to be determined. And when night fell, she got a call to come out and greet him. It's a pity that Reiko got mixed up in this chaos, but the Stormcats got one hell of a luck, as they kept being involved in so many situations in a single day since they had arrived in Japan. Ah, geez, I hope to be on schedule. As an active Taimanin and drill instructor at Gosha Academy, she was strict on being punctual. For her, whose nickname is the Devil, not keeping time alone was worth losing points. I mean, the joint training is a month away. They're coming to Gosha already? What missions should I give them in the meantime? As part of the joint training in Gosha, screwing up the schedule was already giving Reiko a headache. Moreover, since the training is a month from now, everything in between will also be messed up. Thinking about it gave her a migraine, especially since it was nighttime. Reiko gave out a deep sigh, massaging the wrinkles on her forehead. Well, I heard the UFS is putting pressure on Japan, but I didn't expect them to use a primitive way of visiting us suddenly. She couldn't help but misjudge the situation. That was a government-level harassment, stemmed from a subtle power competition between Japan and UFS, or the Taimans and the UFS military. So Reiko had to keep waiting for the Stormcats until the middle of the night because the schedule kept changing. But... oh good, we have arrived. 30 minutes over the schedule. I'm really sorry. I have nothing to say after we called you. A local gang destroyed our communication devices, and we couldn't risk using personal mobiles as they might be wiretapped. I see. Although Reiko got pissed off at the frequent change in times, she couldn't say anything upon witnessing the Stormcats. Not only Mirabelle, but the entire team looked exhausted as hell. Everyone was trying to catch their breath. They were covered in mud and soaked in sweat, but still walking informed. How disciplined. What on earth happened? An unfortunate misunderstanding at a hotel in Amidahara resulted us getting attacked by a local gang, and we got ambushed by a self-called brother organization of it on our way to Misaki City. Our vehicle was completely destroyed during the ambush, so we had to walk to Misaki City, since we couldn't have civilians get involved. But we were attacked again by another gang group. That's one time this is an event. We kept being attacked or making hostiles because of misunderstandings. I'll submit a written apology for that. But first, we need to rest if that's possible. They were so exhausted that even Mirabelle, the strongest among us, would say so. I'll prepare a vehicle right away. Would you please prepare us to fly there? Perhaps a chopper? I'm so sick of cars. Oh no, it's gonna explode again. We have another car, it's gonna explode. We'll be alright, Miss Spica. Cars don't easily explode. That car was just the wrong one. Normally, cars don't explode. No, I'm not gonna drive a car ever again. Spica, the guide, what happened, and why does you look like you've lost a battle? As Reiko spoke to her, Spica hid behind the squad, terrified. My apologies, Miss Spica is currently mentally unstable. She gets frightened by strangers now. But we've gone on missions together in a task force. Oh, never mind, your briefing can wait till tomorrow. Today, you take a full rest. Welcome, Stormcat team. Enjoy your life for Japanese life for a month for now. We still have a month left. At those words, the elite UFS Army squad, which had crushed multiple organizations and caused significant damage to the mafia scene today, all exchanged strained expressions. Oh. Incredible. So very tired. Yeah, Reiko's she's one pretty lady, but she's certainly got the business to say, oh, I fucked that up. Well, of course the two whip girls have got like the glasses game going on. Well, that was a cool event. Yeah, Reiko, it behaves exactly like Poison does. They're both they're whipping characters. They got the big old dong. They got the funny serious demeanor. It's like it's not too like, you know. Well, I mean, we have Reiko in this event. We also have I know there's a Fuda Mirabelle scene in RPGX, that's for sure. So we got Team Big Penises in here today. So it's like, alright, good. We're finally getting that Fuda representation after like 5 years. Fantastic. I haven't heard of the like But I haven't heard of like Bubblegum Crisis in years. I honestly haven't thought of that in the first place, like in forever. Because like it gets mentioned sometimes every once in a while, but it's like even then it doesn't make me think like, yeah, it's like I'll go Bubblegum Crisis. That doesn't seem, it's not something I'd exactly watch in my own time, to say the least.
Kamimura Maikaの出番だ.
Maika just feels so much better to play now. Everything for her just hits like harder in general. It just feels so nice to do. It's like, why did it take so long for this to happen in the first place? Bubblegum Crisis sounds like a series that should have been remade every 10 years. Because it's like, the 80s version, obviously, you know, it's like, it has concepts we don't even use today in any capacity. Like you even said there, the payphone thing. It's like the replicants thing, like straight out of Blade Runner. That's fine. That's a timeless feature, since we are not there yet. So I imagine it's like, you know, a futuristic sci-fi story situation could certainly be updated for modern sensibilities in terms of like the stuff from that was the future in the past is now the present. So what would they think of in terms of like making things for the future? So here's something I've been thinking about for like since a little bit today. Everybody, for like the longest time since Murasaki got her renewal, all like not like the most current renewal she's had. She got the super tuning she got like 4 years ago. That turned her from like one of the game's worst characters into one of the consistently the best. However, it's no surprise as of late that Murasaki has fallen off. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. As an AI character, she's not good, and her raw power in terms of critting is not even that much useful. And like something is to say like she's not good there. She's not that great in VR because she's too slow, and in Total War she's just too slow. But in terms of like bulldozing general content, she still maintains there. So my question is now, it's like, what could Murasaki be done to go, like, instead of just going from an early to mid-game character, it's like, what could change with her to actually be kept up in like more modern meta situations? Because unfortunately, she's gotten her renewal. Nothing's gonna change there for like probably 2 more years. Because as much as people do like just as much as people like Murasaki in the first place, it's like I have to be real with it. It's like she fell off. Her viability is very impacted by the fact that she's very slow. She still remains one of the top queens of just like straight up control, speed control and defense down. But it's like They tried essentially with Francis to really upgrade her and with like a unique feature behind her, but even then it's just like it's not enough. It was not enough for that sort of situation. because they can't give another character that takes Murasaki's most unique feature, which is her built-in super armor on almost every attack. It's like they're just not going to get rid of that or put that on any other character. Because it makes me wonder, like, what could they do for her? Because I'll say this much, it's like everybody plays Murasaki in green, whether that's for the slow duration boost in for tentacle anchor, or you're just using tentacle mine to do full screen 75% down and speed slow too. That's all everybody ever uses her for. And it's like it's just a straight up physical damage build too. Because everything else for her is just like mediocre at best. Oh. Oh, I really need to put back a Ruthless Explosion. Well, that's the thing though, she actually has the speed answer built into Tentacle Mine, because Tentacle Mine also speeds her up in the first place. Like, she has speed answers in the first place, it's just that girl fell off because she's just too slow, to say the least. It's a weird thing to say, but it's true. We use Critical Maika for this because it's faster. Oh, I don't want to close my eyes. What color is she? She's blue. Okay. So it wouldn't matter too much. Let's take that off a Psyker. The sweetest dreams never do, 'cause I miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. Damage range. Oh. Alright, where's the funny explosion lady? There she is. Kaoru. Girl, you know what to do. You know why you're here. Dang, Incendiary is like... Need Ruthless. Oh, Incendiary rounds, you're still the best thing in the game. You just pointed in their general direction and they instantly explode. I remember I put up a video once, it's called range down is just a suggestion, because it's supposed to take advantage of the whole fact that Maika's extreme critting power can like circumvent the whole problem with because there was a bonus mission, it's 75% range damage down, so like she's only doing so much of her normal damage in the first place. It's one of my favorite videos because it just shows off just how strong she is. But like she still has problems inherent to her, which suck. No problem, Queen Bee. See you later. Look at that AoE clearing power. She cannot be stopped, to say the least. Oh, of course. Of course the stream is dying at that moment. It's gotta be. I wonder what this mission is gonna look like in the first place. Since we were talking about Murasaki, like, I guess let's like put her in there in the first place. Let's see, she typically wants to like, we'll try her in a different color for the most part. Because if she's allowed to crit, she's actually a fucking monster. But if she's not allowed to crit, she has a problem with that stuff in the first place. Man, I just don't understand why YouTube keeps like messing with its connection or something. It just like craps out and it's like, okay, it doesn't work anymore for some reason. Thanks a lot. We'll keep that around. Well, actually, like her own a butterfly weapon for her wouldn't do much because she actually has a weapon. Like we're using it right now, actually, because Hawiya is like every time you do a critical hit, or like you do a critical hit in the first place, it increases critical damage. So that's honestly the better effect from butterfly. And since Murasaki's so slow, she's gonna keep getting hit and she'll never get any benefit out of it. She more or less needs a weapon that gives her speed in general with other effects. Because I don't mind the fact, like, we don't need to have critical boosting supports. She just needs to, like, go faster. Because she certainly can persevere against, like, extreme punishment. It's just that she really needs the help that these bring. Oh, we don't get Rengeki. Let's try Fushi no Jin. There we go. Go get him, Murasaki. Delicious duck. Butterfly weapons do boost speed, but it's also they have the second effect that's like, I don't want to use the weapon just to boost speed. I want it to have other aspects as well that don't just make it like, all right, we're using it for speed and that's it. Because if I want to just boost her speed, I have other methods to do that don't have to take up a whole weapon slot. Go get him, Murasaki. Smacking them dogs around. She's got that dog in her. Oh, it's not over yet. There's still more. But what was that? She could have walked across that. Wow. I won't lie to you, that's probably the first time I've ever seen Murasaki's ultimate in like 3 years. I forgot what that looked like. I'm impressed. I'm like, wow, it looks really cool. It's a lot better than when I originally remember it. But with the memory of like from 3 years ago, I imagine anything would look better. Oh, I can see how people say the event is hard because it has this guy, and he recovers like 25% of his health after he gets below 50% HP. I am beginning to understand. I see what they mean now. Because you can usually just like bulldoze it through with someone like Murasaki or something. She's so shiny. She's such a shiny lady. Who's next? Who could we use for that? Wait, Do we have anything for Azusa? Ooh, we could do that. Let's do critical Azusa. No, we already did that one. We could give that a try for Francis, since she actually has like... She has a critical damage weapon, but it's like we also have like one copy of revolving that. Let's see how far that can take us. Because I wonder, it's like, if we don't deal enough damage to him, we actually lose at the, we'll lose at the damage in the first place. %% chance to do more damage. Oh, Lord. Let's see. So with Francis, you typically want to have... Alright, so... I want short skills I can spam all the time. So that's going to be... Shuten. That's going to be... Not Flame Flick, it's Demon Render. Because I want those as maximized as possible. So, what do these have? Knock enemies up. Blue. Yep, okay, let's go with blue on this one. Take that off of Miss Karini. Mirabelle putting in some damn work. Because most of our enemies are going to be like machines and such. So, I don't think there's any universal damage they have in here for this. She's not Protect. She's a Seaman Demon. Oh, perfect. Miss Hebiko. Oh, man. What does Murasaki need? She needs to be faster. That's what she needs to do. Oh shit, sneezing all the time. Let's see, 75,000 damage. It shouldn't be too bad. Miss Francis is gonna show us how to make it get done. Look, I'm not even doing anything at all. This thing lasts for like 8 goddamn seconds. And she still can't kill him. That's the first wave. That's the worst thing about Intoxicated. Since it takes away control, you just lose out on the chance. It's like, alright, well now you just have to sit there and wait for the thing to finish. There's the stun. There's the stinking stun. Oh my lord, look at all that shit. The fact that she gets to do triple damage, it's like on a 50%, even on a 50% chance, it's still crazy. Like all you have to do is just use 2 skills and she's just off to the races. Cha-ching, and there she goes. Now the question is, it's like, are we gonna actually have enough damage to complete the boss? Because he recovers like 20% of his health. This is gonna be rough. I still find it crazy that it's like, oh, as soon as you get to use the skill, you just do it in 2 skill usages and you just go from there. Oh my. Look how fast she is. She just like warps over there from like across the fucking planet. It makes Intoxicate last like forever and a day, which is crazy to me. Come on, Francis, let's hit a home run. God, look at her go. Here I was thinking like, alright, we won't have enough damage to defeat the boss. No, she does it in one Intoxicate combo. Why do you have to be such a cool character, Francis? And they have to just, like... Even though this took 4.5 minutes to do, it's the fact that alone that's like, why did this have to happen? Why in God's name did they have to make her so bad that it requires an entire weapon to make her use of her entire playstyle? Defense. Enemy uses poison attacks. Well, we know who to solve this one for sure. Maika, baby girl, you know what the hell to do. Let's use a cool outfit for you. What colors does this come with? Ooh, cool. Let's get that. Secret gift, Maika. Let's color it. Ooh, nice. Yeah, we can do that. It's like a big old Christmas present. Get wrapped up in that, baby. Alright. I'm pretty sure this is still critical damage, Maika. See, there we go. We talk about the laser drones, and then they suddenly appear. It's like it was meant to do or something. Shazoom! Oh, fantastic. Gosh. Sometimes it feels just really nice to go back to these sort of like events and just being able to crit with something like this. Come on, buddy. There we go. Bye-bye, buddy. Another great Maika showcase right there. Good job, Maika. You're the best. Man.
Kamimura Maika no teban da.
Let me check this. It's still a sad situation that most of her most of her damage is obviously relegated to green in the first place because it's like it just does crazy amounts of damage. Like you just put on her crit SR and everything else. She's a farming monster. Like I'm not exactly worried about her just like not losing or anything like that. Because on a situation like this, it would actually be a really nice one for ooh, wait, I know. Since we're in the farm mode, let's go get we don't need as much crazy critical damage. We need increased drop rate. Where did I put Mercy at? No, I put her in red because I was doing something with her. No, I want that. Unequip. Go over to here. Can I do it from this side? No. That's what I thought. It's a long press that you have to do it for.
Kamimura Maika no teban da!
It's the wrong side, girls. You can't go that way. What's up there, Timeverse? We're on that farm set since we did all of our missions correctly. I'm really liking this Maika renewal. It's very nice for her. Like, this is a character I typically see about every week on in using in some capacity in VR. So it's nice to know that a life for her is about to get a lot better. Not to mention that the fact that her tits are just now even that much more bigger. Like, I can hardly believe it myself. Like, I think she's probably the biggest one in the cast that we have, like, right now. Like, we really have to just go sit up there and, like, stack everybody against each other to find out. The big old fat slutty Gyaru titty. It's like, you can't get enough of that. Sometimes I do miss the Heavy Sheikah stuff because it makes farming just like instantaneous for the most part. It's such a helpful tool. Man, 30-something bucks a month. It's like, it's crazy sometimes, but it's also not crazy. I guess I have times at like work where there's a lot of work and there's also not a lot, so I gotta cut back on spending in some cases. This is one of those times, barring certain things that come out that I'm probably gonna pick up so you guys can go see it and we can go talk about if it's good or not. For the most part, it's just like, what's about to come out this week is the beginning of the month, so it's we have Maika's renewal, and they're gonna have the Mirabelle update as well. That's certainly been been something really nice to say the least. Oh, that's right. We need to have Mirabelle supporter on so we can not only just farm correctly, but get the points in for it too. Because we're gonna finish out the day by watching out that intimacy scene. That's the wrong way, Maika, you big dummy. Like, they didn't exactly give her more armor on her attacks or anything like that. They just made them stronger. And the fact that she can also apply burn to herself and then get to 50% damage bonus on top of that towards burn targets is just like, how much more can you say? It's just so nice. Because like Maika's never been explicitly truly like terrible, like oh my god she's like a horrendous character who should have never made it into the game or needs an instant renewal right now. No, not necessarily. She's just essentially needed some help, to say the least. Like Oliver's, well, let's actually put Mirabelle on here in the first place. She just needed something that's like, she just needed her animations improved, and that's it. There's no long and the short about it, to say the least. It's like she did not need to be such a clunky character on release. But even then, it's just like she's a very middle of the road character. Like on low end content, she's like absolutely just devastating. But more or less, who isn't? That's the thing about her. Oh, Maika, that's the wrong way. No, I just think it's really nice in the fact that all she has to do is proc burn one single time, and then any hit that's like inside of like a multi-hit attack, like I don't know, Ruthless or Death from Above or anything like that, they just get that instant boost and become suddenly like dramatically more powerful. If I had like her, you know, renewal weapon as well, she would honestly just get like, it would send her over the top, like straight to the moon with that sort of stuff. Like it's good, it'll be certainly even better with it together. But I mean, that's also the thing with Maika herself, is that whenever she can't solve a situation with overwhelming force, it more or less is like, all right, well, if she can't do that, then it's because playing tactfully is not exactly how Maika does things. But she sure knows how to take a hit pretty damn well. Oh, perfect. So there's something that a little strange that happened earlier this week. So like at work, a guy had lost something, and apparently he's like over the course of 4 days, this guy gets progressively more and more angry about something, which is crazy to say the least. It's like I forget what he exactly lost, or I can't exactly say, but he had lost something. It sucks, but it's like he was very adamant on making sure to get it back, like anybody would. But the thing is that he wasn't exactly satisfied with what the results turned out to be in terms of like an investigation that went into it. It's like, we saw the person, we don't have any information on her, and that was it. That was all we can do, all we do for it. It's like, that's all that happened. I don't know how much money this guy apparently had in his wallet or something. So he's just like, but he did not like the results. So he spends 4 days and that sort of thing. And I guess like, he was very adamant on getting it back, to say the least. He's not going to get it back, it's just going to happen. But one of my favorite things is when people call in and they say, I'll be glad to do that. It's like, I've spoken to the police departments, done all this, lost item and everything, a theft. But it's like, then they go out and say like, I've gotten a lawyer. Now, when you say you've gotten a lawyer, that's one, it will do two things. In most situations, it doesn't help you get what you want. In fact, it'll make things a lot harder for you. Because now, if like, all communication must now go through our lawyers and your lawyers together. So if you lied to us and said you did lawyer it up, just trying to get your way, that's not actually a good thing you've done, because now you've minimized all communication in the first place. Which is something I just don't understand. It's like, you don't like the result that came of it, that's fine. It's like, there's not much we can do in that aspect. We tell them everything we can. There's nothing we can do here for you, sir. And thanks to you lawyering up, now we cannot help you at all, unless you have formal written communication from your lawyer to ours. And it's like, why would you do that to yourself? It doesn't solve anything. I mean, I guess the motherfucker really wants his wallet back that badly, to say the least. But it's like, don't say you did that. Because I remember when like he had called back at some point later on that week, and he's just like, you know, he's speaking to several agents about stuff, and he didn't mention anything about the lawyer. So I already knew immediately that it's like he was just trying to do that to like strong arm information out of it. It's like that's not gonna happen. You will make things worse. But for the last part, it's like I haven't heard of him for the last few days, so more or less like I don't know if anything else came of it, but I would rather not have to hear that from that guy ever again. What a nuisance. Put some points in there for Miss Maika, looking strong as hell.
Kamimura Maika.
Oh, you managed to get a copy of Shisui's Limited? Good job. The thing is, most people don't even talk about how many copies do I need for it to be better than the arena weapon. You probably need 3 or 4 copies of it in the first place to be better than that. Because arena weapons are just like generally middle of the road in terms of stats. They're just really nice placeholders. They're simple and easy to farm, which is why people like them so much. But the thing is, it's just like, yeah, you need their gacha limited weapons, so they have better stats in general. And they also have like a lot of special things inside them like that'll work outside of the arena. That's the long and the short of it. You thankfully have gotten the 1 copy to get started, but it's still worse than even a 5.5 SR. That's the general ruthlessness of this game in the first place. Yeah, like we just showed it off here like 15 minutes ago, and the aspect of like, good lord, look at this, look at the mic is just fucking huge on this situation. God damn, you see in the victory screen, it's like those ribbons can barely hold it back. Like even at it's a 50% chance to do triple damage. That's still really good odds, and it goes up to 100% from there. Like you can't ask for anything better. Like all you need to do is just take Onigoroshi and two other skills, and you just you go totally nuts with her. You'll be effectively invincible too. I just find that like a crazy concept in the first place. It's like it's a really good weapon for her. It makes all the difference in the world. But don't make it so damn expensive. Don't make it such a hard thing to find. I mean, yeah, since getting Francis's limited weapon is like, it's effectively a 1 in 3 because she only has to deal with her gacha signature, Momochi, and that's about it. And the weapon itself. So it's not exactly like a hard thing to roll for. Because quite literally, it only goes up from there. It's a good weapon at 1.5, it's going to be a good weapon at 5. It's the same thing with like Maika's Renewal weapon. It's 50% more skill damage at 1.5, and at maximum stacks, it's 100% damage. So at 1.5, it's a 1.5 wonder to say the least. Those are always nice, cost-effective weapons, but they're not doing the most damage they certainly could be doing. Though with something like Maika's Renewal weapon, you could probably like the stacks alone make up the difference in the first place. Like, how insane is that in the first? It's like that's like this is an Ignis level situation where it's like a weapon that's like limited levels of good is now a general pool item, and you have and now you have all the opportunity in the world to use the ultimate weapon tickets for it. Like, if there's one thing this game does really well is the ultimate weapon system. The ultimate weapon vouchers is just letting you able to pick up, like, since we get a lot of them in the first place, they're very good. How's Maiko's renewal and VR weapons? Like, well, we've been talking about that as of late. It's been very good for her. It's helped her out a lot. I like it. Maika's a character I use just about every week in some capacity, so this is a welcome set of changes to her. Like, here's like the most important change to it. It's 58 frames to complete her basic her to shoot one time. So it takes almost an entire second for her to shore up, fire the weapon, and recover. Because of this, they now took 12 frames off of that animation. So this game runs at 60. So that means it's like fantastic. It took a fifth of a second off of the attack, and she fires so quickly now. It's such a relief. It just makes her feel that much better. And another underrated aspect was that they changed her dodge to not be so like staggered. Like, she doesn't have to wait for the entire recovery. She can do it halfway through the dash. Green has always been like the go-to build for everybody because it's gigantic critical damage, huge AoE clearing power, and she also has like a crit damage SR in the first place. That certainly is enough to help inflate people's like enjoyment of her in the first place. It certainly does to me. Like, we're using it right now. It's like Green is still the king of the builds for her. What other characters do I want to see get a renewal? Sora and Felicia. I want to see them get renewals. Felicia more than anything because she certainly deserves it. That's the thing, even with Green supporters, it's just like, since Maika has the crit damage weapon and like in Green it's a critical damage skill, you don't ever have to worry exactly about like lacking with critical damage. You just have to like supply her critical hit rate through like Nagatamas or like even the armory passives. Well, like her renewal weapon, it's like, yeah, it's nice for general content, but it, like, even then it's like her SR is easier to get, it's cheaper, and it's much easier to level as well. Like, getting a 5.5 SR for her is just easy street compared to getting 5 copies of Deep Impact, because it's a UR weapon in a very bloated pool. Like I said before, it's like 90% of situations for Maika are all solved with her arena weapon. You don't ever need Deep Impact unless you're really just like trying to go squeeze for more damage, because they inherently also made her stronger, all of her skills stronger on the baseline, and they also gave her a passive that does 50% more damage to burn enemies, and Maika can burn enemies herself. It's all around a very solid upgrade for her. Like, she doesn't even need her like, she does, her renewal weapon is just, it's nice. It's nice, and you can just let it spook you. It's okay. How is Blue? Blue is the same as it's ever been. Like, most of her stuff like has not changed. They've improved the visual effects of a lot of stuff, but they didn't do anything to like, visual and damage is all that happened. They still have a lot of the same animations. You're still waiting on certain things. She's just stronger all the way around. 20,000. Good. Onion, the arena weapon farm is nothing bad. It's not that bad compared to like doing VR farm or something. At least with arena farm, it's very passive. It's easy. I fucked that up. I didn't want to do that. It's just worth doing though. You don't have to worry about it. Like everybody who plays the game gets the 6,000 every week and just goes from there. You don't need to start. You don't need to fight tooth and nail in the arena to get anything out of it. Like, thanks to the weapon sharing system, it's like, you know, you buy Asagi's sword, 2 other characters can use it, and probably several others in the future can too. So there are cost-effective ways to like play the arena. Like getting an arena weapon for like Kiara will let it share between Phantasma and Eleanor. We'll see. I'll just she's not a bad character. She's very strong inherently. She just, you know, she was critical rate and damage in a world that did not need that because all of our world currently has been VR. Now she actually has a home in Total War because they allow crits there. We have tons of ways to just get defense down, all kinds of crazy shit in there. And since she has a weapon that's part of the general pool that increases critical damage for the entire team, yeah, everybody wants to have her on there because she's fast, she hits really hard, she has inbuilt critical hit rate, so it's like you want her there. We'll find out. I think it's about in 2 weeks when we see what her Anby costume is going to bring. Because she's got her, because it's like, it's going to be her new limited outfit and also set. So whatever that turns out to be, it's going to be something. I don't know if that's going to be like the one where it's like, oh, they're going to give out a copy over the course of a month. No, I think this is just like a normal limited set where you have to roll for the supporter. Ooh, lordy. Well, I mean, Mirabelle is traditionally shown with, like, she's with her hard suit, and she also has her assault rifle. So it makes me wonder, it's like, are they going to give her a new weapon type, or are they going to use an existing one? Because if they use, like, dual pistols, because, like, her agents also, and her soldiers use use dual pistols. They probably use other weapons, too. But then my question is, it's like, what would Mirabelle even use? God forbid she shares with Maika in terms of weapons. That would be really cool. I do wonder though, because it's like the suit that she uses is such it's an integral part of her character. How would they introduce that into the game itself? Because if a transformative ult is obviously, you know, I really would like it. It's a cool stylistic choice, but they have removed there used to be 2 characters that had them, but now only Sue has it because they just gave Sue a generic nuke. I don't like that. We have 36 characters in the game and 35 nukes. It's like, give us something else. Give them like a power boost or something. That's all it takes. Because only Yukikaze so far is the only Yukikaze is the only character who has a targeting skill. Not in the sense like everything targets in this game, but it's like Yukikaze's like I think red set or triple red skill. It's the only one where she takes a stance and then she just shoots a targeting reticle comes up and then she attacks. It's not that great. It's very clunky to use even on the first day. But it's like, I wonder if Mirabelle can make something out of that. That or she just like, all right, we're gonna put a Nike gameplay into Taimanins. Mirabelle's gonna come in there and have cover at all times, and her gigantic muscular ass is going to be shaking all over the screen. Be great. Who would Mirabelle be most like in terms of like Nike characters? Because I don't play it. Because I still have my like regular account that I used for it, but I haven't touched it in like almost a year. Because Azusa is a character. It's like people have wanted her before, and she's like the sniper type character. So I imagine she would be like, oh yeah, we'll just make her play like Red Hood or something, or like Trigger from Zenless. That'll be really cool. Zenless patch next week though. That's gonna be a stream to say the least. We've got 6 hours of Dark Souls on under our belt, so we'll probably save that for like another day before. Yes, we are going to play more Dark Souls because I like Dark Souls. It's a funny game. Oh, speaking of Yukikizmo, let's go play the funny game. Go get him, Yukikaze. Did they change the timer for this game? I thought it was always 1 minute. Is the new speaker just dismantling fodder? I would think so. It's in a weird place to say the least. I know I'm not going to use it. But let's go give a chance at our own exchange facility, because we certainly have too many damn things now. Yep, they're actually gonna shift. Today is, yeah, it's gonna shift. Is it tonight or tomorrow? Because it's 1:19 in the morning on Sunday, so I think it's about ready to jump up to 3 in the morning really soon. No, it starts at like 2 in the morning. So it's like as soon as 2 in the morning hits, it's gonna be 4 a.m. Really great shit. Let's see, exchange facility. What do we want? We're gonna try to get another Francis weapon. So let's see. We have 5 5s of those. Let's put them in there. Put them in there. Put them up. Let's get a Francis Cappy. You need 5 of them? Are there more characters than facility slots? Not yet. We have more facility slots than characters. Like, we have nothing to fill up the entire swimming pool yet by itself. Because it's like, what is this? This is 10, 20, 23, 26, 36, 39. We have 39 spots and like 39 girls or something, and like 35 girls. It's been 6 characters a year for like the last 3 years. Because we have these facilities too. That's just the Gosha, 36 slots. No, it's 39 slots at the Gosha Academy side. And then we have all the stuff down here. So it's like 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 slots. So right now I have 15 of these slots already occupied with like other stuff. Because like I don't need the, oh, it's 5. It's 5, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22. We have 22 down here. I mean, like, yeah, I'm not worried about my AP. I have over 2,000 of those. It's not a problem. It would be a waste for me to do it. That's why they're always here in the gear modification, not gear modification. This is always nice to have too, because you use a lot of these for club buffs. Whereas a Kiryu's Laboratory does that. Is it Mission Prep? No, I legitimately don't remember. One of these gives me Hot Spring. Hot Spring gives me BP every day. That's what I want. I want these and I want those. It doesn't matter. I don't care what else it makes. Because that's primarily what I play the game with, is BP. And even then, I don't understand how I got 982. Because it's like, when it starts just generating by itself for you, you don't ever have to use it. Like, BP is primarily for, like, yeah, it's used for everything in the arena and time attack. Let's see. Oh, daily quest. Candy? Arena? Yeah, it's like, those are just in the arena tab. I lumped them inside those. No, those are AXXR. It's our other copy. Of course, I never have enough emblems for Francis because all we ever use is hers from the exchange. From the exchange, the expose. Going up and down to the expose. Let's put shit we don't need in here. I want the material. Okay, Francis. Come on, girl. Alright, bros, let's give her something. Let's get something good. There we go. It's a 1 in 3. Oh, boy. You gotta be quicker than that. Oh. What BP is for coins? It's the arena. Like, you get 5,000 coins a day. You get capped pretty quickly on those, so you can spend the rest of your time in the arena to go farm more coins. Like I certainly don't do that. I just hoard all my AP until it happens because I don't want to play the arena. But now we have an event thing that requires us to do so. Wow, that's a really loud sound effect. That's a pretty shitty choice too. Arena does not have a good payoff. It's just waiting. It takes months to get anything good out of it. Which is why when they have those supporters or weapons that are like this Astaroth weapon or supporter, it's very time consuming because I think it costs 15,000 arena coins to go buy. So it's like you play a lot just to because that's one and a half weapons. So it's a struggle. Because you always got to make sure you have the arena coin game plus 100% on at all times. There are also other things you can use to make to help level up faster. We'll get more coins out of arena because there's like character passives for that. There's the crests too. I'm very sure everybody forgets about crests because it's such a shitty mechanic. But crests inherently were the pathway for what do you call it? The Magatamas and other effects. Because I think you had to win like 3 times in the arena for this week's thing. I mean, that's just how it goes. Like, the first, I almost want to say 2 years of the game is a pretty rough start, unless you've gotten pretty lucky on certain things and also certain drops on stuff. Like, because you're going to spend most of that time in the first place just farming up arena coins so you can actually get a 5/5 weapon that's actually attainable. Because even back then, it was like, when the pool was much smaller, you still use arena weapons because they're just so much better than everything else. It's all because of the ability to just farm them. That's just it. This actually came out before Genshin. Because this game released before, in 2019. It released in December of 2019. Literally, just a few months before Genshin. That was the Japanese version. December 24th, 2019. I still remember that because I remember playing it in bed right on Christmas morning. Obviously, this is still maintained an audience because the outfit design and the characters in this, like they work hard. It's to make them look actually really good, for the most part. That's how it's been able to stay like competitive. Yeah, it's impressive that a game like this has survived all this time. It's gonna hit 6 years at this rate. Yeah, this game is weird because Well, here's a really good way to look at this. This game is the Taimanin fan base is full of older people. They usually don't take too kindly about the about those sort of things. It's like they don't care. The Taimanin fan base is aging. They're all in their late 20s, mid 30s. So they don't get the same kind of audience that what you like a Genshin or Zenless or like Star Rail or like Nikki does, where it's a bunch of younger people and they bring in their younger people problems too, like all kinds of like shipping wars and like Yuri stuff and like sexuality things. This game is inherently built on various weird sexual fetishes and stuff, so they can't outgross the grossers. It's a mature game with a mature audience. That's like the long and the short of it. No, this game actually plays pretty solid for the most part. Like if this game did not play as like enjoyably as it does for me, I would never touch this. I like some of the art style they do with portraying the characters. Also, the outfits are cool too. I mean, this game is on like Android and Apple too, so it's not like they're doing anything crazy to say the least. Like this is just another thing for them to play on. Like the Steam audience for this game makes up such a very little portion of the player base. Because I think when you go on like Steam charts or something and you check out like the daily peak for this game, it's like 400 or 500 people. Like this game also manages to avoid most controversy too, because like I said before, the older you get, the less you care about those sort of like weird things that like those weird specific stuff like you find in like Zenless or Genshin discourse, because it's mostly just kids arguing. Like the people who play this are like that's the perks of having a more constrained and not constrained, but it's older and a player base that doesn't really get into that sort of stuff, because this game has the Yuri factor. It certainly doesn't have the yaoi factor, but it's got a lot of like it's a rough sex and rape, so that turns off people a lot in the first place. So it's Taimanin gatekeeps itself, which is actually quite nice. It keeps out Genshin drama farmers, to say the least. Go Noah, kicking ass. You can actually do this thing. It's like you have a link code. Like I have mine linked to Steam. I go to the title screen and you go find the link code. You copy that link code itself, and then you go on the phone, you type in that link code itself, and you can log in from there. It's a very convoluted and dumb process, so that's typically why it's like you make the decision to go on one or the other. Yeah, it's like, but the nature of the series just weeds out all of the pain in the asses, to say the least. It's really, really nice. Because, what is it? Like if this was any other series, it would get this series would get totally flushed, because like look at the characters. Like it would be just like easy to say the least, for like you can make a bad assumption and just go from there. It would be just terrible. It's like, oh my god, all the underage characters, we don't want lollies. We don't want none of that. How could you have that in your game? It'd be shit like that. Oh, this guy's gonna go for a timeout. Shisui fight! Shisui fight! I forgot I didn't put any supporters on Shisui. Let's put something on her. She lasts that long without it. Oh, I realized this. So this is the supporter that's actually really good for the arena because of because of the bubble effect. Like, you knock back enemies at a 30% chance because you're getting hit all the time in arena. You envelop yourself in bubble for 5 seconds, decrease damage taken. Actually nice in the arena, so we'll keep it. That's gonna stay on Shisui forever now. I like Blue Archive. It's a really fun game for the most part. I did not like Princess Connect because that's the game it's copying inherently. I didn't like that, so lo and behold, they have something else now. It's like, oh wow, I like Blue Archive better. Yeah, what is it? Ragnarok's an absolute menace there too. Speaker, what can I give you to give you something nice? Yes, There we go. Nature's Light. Now let's replace Emily for this so we can show off Ragnarok in the arena. Because I have her supporter equipped to herself. Because, oh man, she gets super armor. She gets freeze for 5 every 8. And it's like she has other ways to freeze too. So let's see just how oppressive she can be. Bible Black fan, he's so nice. What a great man. I mean, Blue Archive was essentially going to share the same fate as other titles too. Because it's like, it's... Because like what it before, like it has the amazing story of, you know, before the bunny Karen and Asuna banner, the game was not doing too hot. Now it's like one of the highest grossing ones out there. I can only imagine what kind of bullshit that Ragnarok's limited weapon could do to go up against Lavatane and beat it. Because I do not like that weapon because all it does is it extends. It's what is supposed to be her it's supposed to be what her limited weapon was supposed to be in the first place. And the fact that now it has like her debuff, her specific character debuff was supposed to be related to, you know, like, okay, we're gonna use that, and it allows her to extend freeze at a % chance. That should have been in there in the first place, but they made it a $45 requirement for you to get. I don't like talking about that. It's just very annoying to me. It's like, why are they doing this? Arc NCL, oh my god, they make such good music. They make good Bleach OPs. But Rich, you're exactly right there. Character design save games for the most part. They really do. Would you be playing a game like this if it wasn't Taimanin? Like, brother gotta be honest. Would you? Oh my god. Oh, Boro's running it back. She's running it back. Oh my god. Lois. Lois, she's gonna turn it around. Lois, get in here. Lois, get in here. Oh, she activated invincibility. No wonder that's why it worked. Oh yeah, it's like... I have no idea how they could have such a level of incompetency to fuck that up so hard. Like, how in God's name could you do something like that? It prints money. It prints money all day, every day, and now they have to end of service it. It's like, what the fuck is that sort of thing? Like, I just... Why? How can you mess up something that's so easy? Well, it's not some. It's like, what is it? I think the most notable thing was like the one was the gem debt, two is the what do you call? All the quality of life features they had added over the years in Japanese RPGX, they put them in there, and just didn't do anything with them. No, they made you pay for them, which was super duper bad. I have no idea why they would do such a thing in the first place. Well, Ragnarok's an absolute menace, though. We'll change Cold Tempest to Frosty Gale. That'll be fine. We'll get all of her frozen stuff. These sound effects are so loud. Because like getting Taimanins here in the US, like getting RPGX in English would have been like such a huge boost to the game itself for like worldwide penetration. But it's like, well, it's like since RPGX failed here, but Action Taimanin is at, doing well. You got to think of this in like a sort of sense of what do you call it? The older sort of staff at Gremory. It's like, oh, we need to do this. It's like, oh, it's the children that must be wrong, not me. They certainly don't want all those products here. Like, man, they did not have to make it 8 different kinds of ass. It's just... Like, goddamn, the game is literally just fucking Princess Connect in terms of gameplay. And it's like, why do you do that? You treat them so poorly, and you think they're completely fucking retarded. And it's like, what sense does that make? Where do you even go from there? And then you have like JP side, RPGX, and it's always top charting, unlike the DMM store. It's doing extremely well for the most part. In fact, it's what's kept Lilith going like for so many years at this point. Just like, you stop fucking up. Is it so hard to do? Yes, it is apparently. Everybody go watch the not disrespected Salaryman. It's Overworked Salaryman. That's the video. That's the channel. That channel has a wonderful insight into gacha behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, Taba did really well. It survived its entire duration. Taba did just fine. It didn't have any problems. It made its money. I mean, first impressions are everything in the gacha world. If you don't get your people within the first month, you're not going to really have a game. It'll just keep going on life support until something either comes along by like a stroke of genius and saves the game, or it just goes into obscurity and dies. Yeah, exactly. You don't get, it's like you gave them gem debt. There's no way around that. It's like, oh no, it's like you exploited it so hard, you got yourself $14,000 in gem debt. It's like, well, we're not going to play the game now since you took that all away from us. And like at the rate that you acquire gems normally in the game, they in I think like in Ecstasy, the way that like you acquire gems for the most part naturally, you would have never gotten out of gem debt with the way that they would give you stuff in game. It just wasn't possible. I'm kind of sad that Grandma's limited weapon didn't really make a lot of changes to her. It's a good weapon for her, but it's like it did not help her that much. Like, I understand she's not exactly going to be as earth-shattering as Ragnarok, but it's like, damn it, I wanted her to be better. Because they're trying to save face for the most part. It's like if they can't save a, because they've got to look good for the part in terms of like making, it's all about posturing to say the least. And it kind of ruined everything to say the least. It ruined everything. It really did. I mean, yeah, rolling it back to 0 would probably be the better decision to say the least. Because it's like, what are we supposed to do at that point? Because like it was so early on in the game too that it wouldn't have mattered. Who knows? Maybe there's something that like prevents them from doing that due to like, I don't know, international law. It's like, okay, they've already bought the items or something and they can't roll that back or whatever. Like, honestly, it felt like the type of game that could have really benefited from something like a private server. But even then, it's like all the people who want to play in English are going to specifically just go play Like those who want the actual sex scenes and stuff like that are gonna go out and find the viewer or go find a website that has the content hosted. And those who want to play the game are gonna go play something else. Well, that's good. We actually got up to 7,000 for the week. Good job, Icy Hot Mom. You did good. You beat him really. You beat him so hard that they could not recover. Yeah, if you ever kill your Chinese audience, you might as well just say, you just might as well EOS right there at that instant. Because there's no way it's like, if you lose their money, there's like, it's just forget about it. Yeah, fantastic. Alright, we have the racism event. I don't exactly understand what this is. Oh, this is just like the travel around. Move three tiles back, what? Special. It's starting off really strong. It's like awesome. -3 to whatever I roll. What is this, fucking Limbus Company? I didn't even hit anything. What the fuck? What is this? Special my ass. Oh my god, a special. Why? What is this? Move -2 tiles. Fuck you. What is that? Oh my, are you serious? Look at this. Look at the chances for these. I got the lowest possible ones twice. Oh my god. Your tire burst. Move -3 tiles. Your car went off balance and spun out. I got both of those. And look at this. +3 tiles. 13, 9. What is this? I managed to roll the 2 fucking worst ones in all the fucking thing. Are you serious? So dumb. Okay, here's a special. Wow, +4 right at the very end. Amazing. Alright. Insanity. That is just pure insanity. Exactly. Oh. For one turn, I move double the amount of tiles. Exclude specials. 8. Oh, from special to special. Very nice. Plus 4 tiles. Ooh boy. This is 12, I think. So I need 6. Oh, cool. Alright. 10 clears gets me a racing icon. Aw, man. Vroom, vroom. They could have certainly used more stuff around the course. Like this whole area right here, it's like they could have had, like, you know, when they had they do this event several times a year. So it's like we roll around the course and you can land on stuff and it gives you things every time you land on it. You know, like they could have put like, oh, the -2 to go back or something so you can get other rewards. Other than that, it's like this is a pretty limited board. It is the first time they've had a racing themed event, but it's like, you know, board games have other stuff on the tiles you land on sometimes. Pretty helpful. Fuck you. How often do they do bingo events? It feels like once a year, because we had the card bingo again last year. Another one was the bug hunt for summertime. And there's a few more other. I think they had it a few other times as well. But they're usually really good events because they give a ton of stuff. Candy. Where do I get candy at? He's a molester, a child molester. We'll get the Bogo's Binted event. Bogo's Binted. Bogo's Binted. Bogo's Binted. You get the candy by doing an arena run once a day. Like, it's that kind of stuff where they did it. I think like. Let's do this. Just one and done, so I can go do that one. I think it's just like a 50. Because I need the resources anyway, so I can go get that stuff. That's a 50 count. It's good. Oh, did they already get that out of my inventory? Special dice. Oh, this is the candy. That's candy? I thought those flowers. Is candy an affection item? Yeah, okay. Well, since I already got Grandma maxed out, and I already have Asagi out there, I wonder who's my next target to get over there. Yes, actually, it's in the mission we just did earlier. It's the yo, what's up there, Draven? But it's in the mission where you have to do like 100 event, do 100 event missions. It's the last reward for it. So it's certainly worth doing. Yep, there we go. Daylight savings time just activated. It's 3 a.m. now. 3 a.m. Shit. Who did I go for? Oh, well, I always talk about Ingrid a lot. I guess it's her turn. There you go, Ingrid. Eat up. Yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. So we're almost there on candy. Let's actually open my club up, make some donations. 47? Oh, that's not good. Come on, Wamanos! Everybody, let's go! I hate that it has to use, like, I forget which one it was, but those little scrolls, you can't craft those. So you have to farm them. I'm getting low on them and I don't like that. I'll just turn this on for my people. So it's like, if they're up right now or they're awake or something, or they're gonna be awake before reset, let's do that. Do that. Yeah, we're gonna be at 5 hours soon. Damn, it's a really good stream today too. Let's go to... Yeah, I own my own. I made my own club and I manage it from here. I think we have an opening. How many do we have? No. That's friend requests. Yeah, we're at 19 of 20. So 13000001 Grandma's Boys Club ID. I don't know. It's mostly people I know and some other viewers as well. It's like we got a spot open, so it's like go ahead, get on in, put it in there, and we'll go get it in there. There's it's in collections. Where are you, supporters? There we go. Got Grandma. Because we'll read the intimacy for Mirabelle, because I know everybody's here for that. So what does this say? There are no perfect commanders. The important thing is whether you can cope with your mistakes and learn from it. It's a UFS soldier with the rank of 2nd Lieutenant and the captain of the UFS Army Special Mechanized Division, Stormcat. She showed valor in real combat using exoskeletons and participated as an arms and legs of the military advisor in the anti-UFS terrorist war going on in the Middle East. She's a Gulf. She's either she's Afghanistan or Gulf War veteran. So Mirabelle's probably like what? She's got to be at least in her 30s then. She's no, she's probably like she's pretty old actually when you think about it. After high-ranking demons fought in the UFS, she was sent to Gosha to form a tight alliance between the Japan and the UFS and is now operating together with the task force. She is an elite exoskeleton pilot. Her main suit is the XPS-11A Bone. It's an outdated model, but when she uses it, it shows great strength. Also, as the captain of Stormcats, she deploys to the battlefield and shows commanding skills that turn the tide of battle. Just how much of a difference could she make? Oh, cool. Oh, she's even bigger than before. Girl is heavy. Well, let's see what she's got to say. Oh, wait. I almost forgot, because intimacy scenes and supporters are voiced. Okay, Maika, I got it. As Nomad's dirty secrets were exposed to the world, and 3 high-ranking demons clashed in the UFS base. There were a lot of things going on, and Gosha was recovering its normal state unstably as well. During the recovery, cooperation with the UFS started in earnest, and as a part of the cooperation, joint training with Gosha's Taimanins and the UFS Special Mechanized Division opened. From Gosha, the captain with battle experience with 3 high-ranking demons, Fuma Kataro, made an entry. In the UFS, the Stormcat team that had left countless successful battle records was selected. Because of the UFS Army's active cooperation, the training was held in Gosha, and Fuma himself was reading the Stormcat team's info beforehand. They're all women. Fuma Kataro's task force also had a gender ratio similar to the Stormcat team, so he didn't think he needed to think twice because they were a team of women. The thing that bothered him the most was their weapon, the XPS-11A. It wasn't only Fuma who had expectations for this training. Now he had waited for a few minutes after. As the Stormcat team descended to the academy playground on a helicopter, Fuma's team greeted them. Here she is. Both sides greeted each other with the utmost politeness and lined up in the playground. About 30 members or so agreed to participate among task force members, and the Stormcat team looks similar. Mirabelle fixed her words more comfortably, and with that, Fuma felt his burden lifted a bit. Well, of course she's joining the team. It's a similar situation to be like Asuka.
70点だ。本当の意味は指揮官である風魔小太郎により多様な戦術指揮能力を養わせるが正解だ。俺？上級魔族3体との戦いに巻き込まれ生き残った。それだけでなく、報告ではその魔族たちに名前を覚えられたと聞いている。それだけの人間は米連のデータベースには存在していない。最強の大魔人井川浅木でも上級魔族が相手なら1対1が限界だろうというのが米連の考えだ。日本政府と米連が君に期待しているということだ。
そうか。大魔人と米連の連携を深めるためと考えていたが、俺の戦術経験を深めるためという意味もあった。
Yeah, the month reference in Speaker's event story lines up to when she's playable. It does make sense. Because it's like she releases at the beginning of the month like this, and then she's going to be playable in about 3-something weeks. Or at least for when I'm going to be getting her. Nervous because of all the pressure, Fuma breathed in deeply and calmed down. Even if it was a training exercise, he understood that letting one's guard down can lead to injuries.
訓練目的は理解した。とりあえず長旅で疲れているだろうが、これから模擬戦を行おうと考えている。お互いの実力を知るにはそれが一番だろう。
問題ない。長旅程度で集中力が乱れるほどやわな隊員はうちにはいないが、一つ提案がある。
なんだ。
風魔小太郎、あなたには私たちストームキャット隊の指揮をお願いしたい。
ストームキャット。
そして特務中隊側には風魔小太郎の指揮なしでの作戦遂行を目的としてほしい。
Both sides were amazed at the sudden proposal.
本当に突然の提案みたいだな。そっちのメンバーも驚いているぞ。
Well, I guess like since they've introduced Mirabelle in the first place, I guess they finally found a way to integrate her in some way. It's like obviously we can see that now too. So this is nice. It's like they get to bring in the storm cats and everything. Is the VA new? To which one, Mirabelle or Fuma?
我が隊はこれまで私が指示を出してきたが、だからこそ戦術が固まってしまっている。
No, he's been around for the most part. He's
私は
been
どこか
here.
で新しい考え方、戦術を取り入れたいと常々考えていたんだ。同じように特務中隊も風魔小太郎の指揮なしではどれほど個々の戦力を生かせるか。実戦で試すには危険すぎるからこそ訓練で試す価値があると考えている。
I mean, Mirabelle has never been introduced prior to this, so she's new to AT to say the least, but to RPGX it's probably different.
いや、俺がいないときはスーとか各小隊長が。でも大体俺がいないときの動きを俺の目で見る機会はあんまりないんだよな。うちの連
Oh
中
no,
が
don't second guess your girls like that, man. They can do it. He had reports about the process or results of them operating without him, but he was interested in seeing the real deal that can't be shown through sentences. Besides, even if he was the captain of the task force with 100-something members, he commanded 10 of them at max in the battlefield. It was going to be a new experience for Fuma if he was to command a team on the field with double the members.
俺は外れる。スーもいない。なるほど。確かにその提案は今日しかできないことだな。
そうだ。初対面でいきなりの提案だとは思うが、だからこそだと考えてほしい。
As Mirabelle delivered the reason for her offer, everyone accepted it. They all wanted to reach higher standards than they were today.
初めて会う面々に俺の指揮を伝えるのか。これはなかなか分かった。よろしく頼む。それじゃあ早速だが、ストームキャット隊の詳細なデータを渡してくれ。個人情報から武装、これまでの戦績を全部だ。模擬戦はこれから30分後に行う。特務中隊も実際の有事を想定して代わりの指揮官を中心に作戦を練っておけよ。
Fuma handed over his captain status to a task force member with commanding experience and went to join the Stormcats.
特務中隊の女性ばっかりだから少し助かったな。
He was surrounded by women he met for the first time, but without intimidation, Fuma received the data from Mirabelle.
武装はともかく、個人情報や戦績もか？
ああ、個人の得意不得意が分かると作戦の時に気分よく戦えるだろう。嫌なことや苦手なことをやらせるとどうしてもテンションにムラが出るからな。
上官からの命令ならそれに従うべきだ。個人の感情など関係なく。
命令は絶対だと俺も思うよ。だが気分よく作戦を遂行するのといやいやでは士気にも影響するんじゃないか。
なるほど。確かにその通りだ。そのあたりのメンタルケアも米連では行われているが、
戦場でいつもメンタルケアを受けられるわけでもないだろう。
Fuma had gone on countless missions with a lot of members as the task force captain. He understood with his field experience how each personality or condition can greatly affect a mission.
私たちにはない考え方だな。
そりゃよかった。せっかく指揮官になれたのに何も教えられないままじゃかっこ悪いからな。
He told the group and went on to scanning personal intel in the middle of the Stormcats. The thing that caught his attention was most of their
タイマニン
strategies.
は個々の戦力、個性が強いけど、ストームキャット隊は複数人でチームを組んで全員が指揮官の指示に従うって感じなんだな。
ああ、部隊リーダーを決め、戦場での動きは全部指揮官に従う。そうすることで部下は戦闘に集中できるからな。
Oh, goodness.
なるほど。一つ一つのことに惑わされず、ただ一つの目的にまっすぐ進むってことか。北務中隊だと我が強いやつが多いから、結構その場の判断に任せてしまうからな。大規模な部隊だと確かにそれじゃあ意思の統一が難しいか。
Well, Fuma's never actually commanded like specifically a total unit, because obviously all the other girls in his unit as well are just like they, since they have such bold personalities that clash with each other all the time. They still get the job done, but it could be more efficient. The Stormcat team's specialty was to assign a company-sized group with unified gear and high skills to take control of the battlefield efficiently. The task force, on the other hand, was a small squad of elites depending on an individual's strong
武
power.
装と装備の関係上、ストームキャットはタイマニンより機動性や隠密性は足りないが、長時間の持続光線能力に優れていると。これまでと全然違うな。俺に中隊規模の人員がいる複数部隊なんて指揮できるのか？
Now he's got to go full on like Sun Tzu over here. You got to command an entire company at this point. That's a lot of people. As said practiced battle drew near, Fuma felt anxious about his first time in command of the Stormcats. After 10 minutes into battle of the Mount Nagosha, his worries became true.
指揮官、こちらはタイマニンの部隊に囲まれています。援護はまだですか？
そんな場所に？ちょっと待て。C 分隊、援護に迎えるか？
こちらも交戦中です。敵数不明。指揮官、視界を確保できる場所への移動を進言します。
いや、おそらくその部隊の数は少ないはずだ。そうでなければ敵の戦力で B 分隊を囲める
Well,
は
so
ず
it
だ。
doesn't take a lot of time and is in the first place to surround a person.
指揮官、奇襲を受けています。援護を。
わかった。ミラベル、D 分隊への援護に向かってくれ。
And of course, Mirabelle's under fire. The situation was so dire that he had to send his last card, the strongest captain of the Stormcat team, to the front line. He's sending his officers, my goodness.
それをしたらせっかくの本体の守りが手薄になるぞ。ここを奪われてしまっては敗北は確定だ。
Yeah, you have to send your senior staff down to the ground like that. You're not really doing too hot there, dude. Mirabelle's opinion regarding the defense of the main base and the vice captain of the team was correct, and that's right, because it's like you lost your last line of defense. They're going to probably just flank around and back cap you. Even if Taimanins excel at fighting in the forest, the heavily armed Stormcat team should be a threat to them. So they're bound to take advantage of the forest they knew so well and ambush the Stormcat to delay him, taking him out one by
隊
one.
がまとまって一つの意志のもとで動ければまだ逆転の目はある。逆に森の中に散らばっているタイマニンたちをかっこ撃破できるはずだが。
軍隊の部隊運用ってこんなに勝手が違うのか？
Well, of course it is, Fuma. It's like instead of like, 5 or 10 people, you've got to command now probably 100 or 200 people. Like you're moving shit around. It's like you've got certainly enough numbers just to bowl over, bulldoze what's going on here. If he was commanding the task force, he would have ordered them to retaliate their own decision or to retreat. But the Stormcats needed orders from their commander for their every move. They needed approval for every action, and with that, Fuma had to decide on things he didn't care about before. If he was commanding 2 teams, he might have had a chance, but to command the entire Stormcat regiment was more than double the size of his original team. His commanding skills ran out quickly. Even if the task force seemed to be organized like an army, It was a completely different story when operating Taimanins, ninjas, and a real army.
森の中じゃボーンの性能を完全に活かせないか。視界も足場も悪い場所じゃタイマニンの独壇場じゃないか。ここまで動き回れるのか、うちの連中は。
Fuma knew what the Taimanins were thinking as a Taimanin himself. They would be preparing an ambush deep in the forest to take advantage of the geology around them. That's why he set up an outpost in the middle of the mountain. If he took control in the middle of the battlefield, he thought it would be easier to cooperate with the main base.
本陣から中央陣地までの補給路が狙われるのは分かっていたが、森の中だとここまで動きに差が出るのか。
それに離れた場所ではあるが、切り立った崖があると途端に強化外骨格の機動力は失われてしまう。落ち
In fact, some of the members actually fell off the cliff because of being herded towards it. Some of them even jumped off at a charging speed. Wow, they are herding them like the buffalo off of a cliff. Incredible stuff.
中央の陣地もおとりだったな。待ち伏せを警戒して戦力の半分を使って確保したが、確保させられたことで逆に私たちが陣地から離れられなくなってしまった。
Oh no, it's like, oh wow, she's just showing off. It's like, okay, now you've gotten ourselves caught out. We spread too thin, and now we're
少人数
exposed.
の襲撃で主力部隊を中央に釘付けにすれば、それだけで補給線を守る戦力が少なくなって、確固撃破がしやすくなる。
俺ならこうするって考えを完全に読まれてる。俺が読み負けるなんて。
The task force members weren't learning nothing after all this time under his command. That was why even at this sudden situation they were showing improvement at their own pace. On the other hand,
指揮官はタイマニンの戦い方を熟知しているはずでしょう。なぜこうまで先手先手を取られるのですか。訓練とはいえ実戦を想定したものです。負けは死であることを理解しているのですか。指揮官は指揮官、ミラベル隊長の復帰を進言します。まずは状況の打破を優先するべきです。
the Taimanins were winning, and most of all, the Stormcats were in a pinch because of his mistakes. This made him weary. That's right, Fuma. These cost lives, you know. He couldn't say anything to them, and he was about to give Mirabelle her captain status back after a few seconds, but... dun.
君たちには失望したぞ。
Fuma thought her words were after him.
失望されても仕方がない。俺に指揮官の才能なんて。
Oh no, he's thinking bad about himself. He's doubting his
風魔小
abilities.
太郎は現在、今日会ったばかりで一度も指揮したことがない形の部隊を率いているのだ。それを考えれば、中央陣地を確保しながら抵抗しているだけでも、指揮能力はむしろ平均以上だと評価できるだろう。むしろ君たちは指揮官の状況を考慮し、自分たちに何ができるか、どうするべきかを進言するべきではないのか。何かをしてほしいと願うだけなら、それは子供の癇癪と同じだ。軍人は上命下服、指揮体系に服従することが規律。しかし今の君たちの態度と行動はその規律を正面から否定し、指揮官を侮辱している。そのような姿を見せることは軍人失格だ。
The radio that was blaming Fuma went silent at Mirabelle's words. She faked coughing after confirming it.
ああ、私はストームキャット部隊の隊長だが、今は風魔小太郎の下にいる部隊員として指揮官に助言しよう。指揮官、あなたの失策はいない伏兵を不必要に警戒しすぎて部隊を分けてしまったこと。それによって動揺し、本来の能力を失っているのではないだろうか。
本来の能力？
指揮官にとって最も必要なのは目だと私は思っている。人を見る目、戦場を見る目、兵の動きを追う目。混乱し、
それは
タイマニンを率いて戦っていた状況は忘れた方がいい。今のあなたは米連の指揮官なのだから。旗で見ていると、あなたはどうもタイマニンならこうするという型にはまってしまっているように感じます。
タイマニンならこうする。
Oh, there you go. Fuma, you gotta think, you don't think as a Taimanin, you gotta think as a UFS soldier. You gotta think what your soldiers would do, not what the Taimanins are doing.
そうかそうか。
Fuma finally realized his mistake today for the first time. Because he was in command of the task force all this time, he predicted their moves based on the thought, what would the task force do? But the commander there wasn't him right now. That's why his predictions were wrong.
さあ、そういうことか。なんて俺はバカなんだ。
Well, this little sussy baka out
見
here
るべ
being
きは
dumb.
敵がタイマニンだからじゃなくて、敵の構成、使える忍法、戦場の状況、そこから動きを考えないといけなかったのに。
Fuma shouted to himself and marked the map of the mountainside on the monitor, sharing it with the Stormcats. He already knew their personalities, weapons, and strategy. Now all he needed was the enemies' and allies' information. A stereotype like, what would a Taimanin do, was the last thing he needed.
一旦中央を確保している部隊を下げるぞ。全員交代だ。
せっかく確保した陣地を手放すんですか。戦場の中でここだけが開けた平地ですから、タイマニン相手に勝てると。
だからだ。だから捨てる。
Fuma declared and looked at Mirabelle while thanking the Stormcats, following his orders with
あり
confusion.
がとう。おかげでまだ戦える。
それはよかった。それで作戦は？
何？似たことをするだけさ。連中に空いた中央陣地をくれてやる。そうして相手が陣地に集まったところで、今度はこっちが攻めに転じる。平地なら強化外骨格の守りと武装の火力で押し切れる。
敵が中央陣地を確保すると考える理由は？
それが一番効率がいいからだ。タイマニンの本陣からこっちまでの距離は遠い。どうしても補給線が伸びてしまう。長く伸びた補給線を守るのは難しい。今までやってきたことだ。連中も理解している。それに米連の物資を放置していれば反撃の手段を残すことになってしまうからな。確保するために集まるのが道理だ。しかもこっちは撤退して陣地を手放してるんだから、戦力が低下していると相手は読む。
死んだふりの義兵というわけだな。
Mirabelle's face brightened up for a bit as she said so. Look at that strategy. Even if it just was a practice, she smiled in the midst of battle.
私が考えていたのと同じだ。得意の平地に戦力を集めて戦う。おそらくそれが今の私たちが勝てる唯一の作戦だろう。
すまない。俺がタイマニンならこうするだろうって固定概念にとらわれたせいで。
誰にでもあることだ。失敗しない指揮官などいない。大切なのは失敗を隠さないこと、受け入れること、そして対処すること。風魔小太郎、君はまだ私の中では合格点の行動をとっているが。
ありがとう。
Fuma shifted his eyes toward the monitor with all the Stormcats' life signals
ミ
displayed.
ラベル、君にも動いてもらう。
了解。今の私はストームキャット隊の部隊長として上級者である指揮官の指示に従うだけだ。
That was what Mirabelle just said to her team. They both laughed, and as Fuma went back to concentrate, Mirabelle joined the battle with her favorite exoskeleton armor. And there she goes, out into the world, ready to go kick some ass one more time. Actually, she is the 200th supporter in the game. What a very fitting character to do such a thing. Awesome. Well, with a day like that, we've certainly got a whole lot going on for us today. We're going to have to cut it here. Thank you everybody for coming by once again. It was a really great stream today. Gotta say that much. I liked it a lot. Thanks to the time jump, we now was suddenly just a 5-hour stream. It was not certainly 5 hours. But hey, I'm glad you all were here anyways, to say the least. Don't forget to like, comment, rate, favorite, and subscribe. And as always, everybody, I'll see you next time. Goodbye, everybody.